Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started shortly, so if I could ask you to grab your teas and coffees and take a seat, that would be great.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We're going to kick off. My name is Paul van Sale. I'm one of the co-founders of the Conduit, and it gives me an enormous amount of joy and happiness to welcome all of you here today for this, the first day of our Refugee Summit. Summits like these don't happen magically. They happen through an enormous amount of hard work and contributions. So I'm going to start by doing the thank yous. I'd like to thank the Open Society Foundation, Mark Malik Brown, Salil Shetty, Gregory Maniastis. I'd like to thank the This Day Foundation, Gary Lubner and Dan Barelovitz, for their support. I'd like to thank the Human Safety Net, Emma Ursish and her colleagues at Generali and the whole foundation. I'd like to thank Veronica and Gregory from the Tent Partnership for Refugees. I'd like to thank Mary Lou Gourlay from Forward Global. I'd like to thank Luke and his colleagues at More in Common. I'd like to thank the full MCAF working group and Hamish Stewart in particular. I'd like to make a special thank you to Nick Vetch and his colleagues at USP UK. And I'd also like to say that there is a line between the remarkable work that Nick and his colleagues have done for refugees from Ukraine and having them housed in the UK and the spirit of this conference, because it is his spirit of solving things in a pragmatic way that will inform our proceedings today. So we wouldn't be doing this without Nick, and a special thank you to him for his leadership and inspiration on this field. A gigantic thank you to the full Conduit team who are working on this with such professionalism and excellence. To Perez Kagbala and Rosie Fletcher, to Jay Kinsella, to Kitty Vaughan Fowler, and to Maimuna Junjunya. Thank you for your excellence, for your curation, and for your organizational prowess in putting this together. And to Stephen Dunbar Johnson for his friendship and for his tireless support from the New York Times, our media partner. So why are we here today? We all know that there is a refugee crisis, that crisis is a feature, not a bug, of international relations, that conflict, that climate, that inequality are going to drive more and more people to be on the move. And we know that people are not primarily moving from poor countries to rich countries. And it's important to note that in the very beginning. Of the top 12 countries that host refugees, only one is a so-called high-income country, Germany. So as we discuss things today, let's be sure to put in perspective and be accurate about which countries are bearing the burden, which countries are being generous, and to which countries we should be devoting our thought and our resources. Nevertheless, refugees continue to move from the global south to the global north, And amongst leaders in the global north, the impact of refugees has become, to put it mildly, a source of economic and political debate. Now, you may say the choices on this could be rather extreme. You could adopt a total open borders policy. You could say that every person who is at risk or has a well-founded fear of persecution should be accommodated wherever they are, and everybody should be entitled to move and be accommodated. And that's probably not politically sustainable, however ethically desirable it may be. You could go to the other extreme. You could seek to deny everyone from access to the privileges and the wealth of the global north. And that's not really possible, as we have seen, and it's not at all legally and morally defensible. So I think the real debate and the real consideration lies somewhere in between. How do we develop a rational policy which deals with the reality of the refugee crisis? And I think the framing of it, from at least the perspective of the Conduit, is that we need to think of refugees as not as perceived liabilities, but as actual assets. Not as perceived burdens, but as the actual benefits that they are. We know that in the West we have tight labor markets. We know that we need skills. We know that we are in the midst of a deep structural demographic crisis. Just yesterday in England and Wales, it was announced that there were in 2023 1.49 children born per every woman, the lowest since data has been collected in the 1930s. And we know that this demographic inversion is having negative impacts already on economic growth, on public finance, and indeed on labor markets. So we know that refugees are a solution, not a problem. But we also know that good intentions don't translate into effective outcomes, and that we need to invest the time, the energy, the money, and the strategy to make sure that refugees are settled and integrated so that they can make the most of their potential and society can benefit most from them. We also know, and in this we have to be honest, that there is a certain racist dog whistle politics that preys on our base instincts, that seeks to use refugees to divide and instill fear. And I would suggest that the best rejoinder to that politics is not to be smug, not to wag fingers, not to be self-righteous, not to call those people racist. The best rejoinder is not to condemn, but to devote and develop and deliver sensible policies that win back the hearts and minds of the public on these issues. We will win their minds by showing that existing policies are ineffective, unworkable, expensive, and wasteful. We will win their minds by showing that the alternatives that we develop produce far better aggregate societal results per dollar or per pound invested. And we will win their hearts by telling stories and showing refugees not as threats or demons, but as people just like us, who work hard, who love their children, who are prepared to contribute if given a chance. And that's why we're doing this at the Conduit. The Conduit is a platform that connects those with the best ideas to those people who have the resources to be able to make a difference. We're a platform that seeks to change the narrative. We're a platform that embodies the African philosophy of Ubuntu, that says that I am because we are, and that we're better, we're more creative, we're more effective, we're kinder, we're more entrepreneurial, we're more resilient when we recognize the webs between us and that interconnect us. And so let me tell you a little bit about the structure of these 2 days. We set about looking for the best ideas across the globe that can seek to integrate and settle refugees. We got hundreds of submissions. A jury selected from amongst those submissions 12 remarkable organizations that are represented here today. You have to make invidious and difficult choices. So they are remarkable organizations. There are a bunch of other organizations that are equally remarkable, who are also representative here today. We have a rule at the Conduit that you should not spend a lunch break or a coffee break speaking to somebody you already know. So please don't do that. Seek out people who you don't know and find people, if you're a funder, that you could support, or if you're an investor that you could support. If you're an organization, meet colleagues in the field, rub shoulders with them, show solidarity, steal their best ideas and give them your best ideas, because we're much more effective when we collaborate rather than when we compete. So the organizations, the International Rescue Committee, Joblinge, DIPACT, Relevant Ventures, Equal Reach, and NAMAL, each one, Parity, the Danish Refugee Council, GoodFX, Turaco Valley Foods, Cities for Children, and Syra Hospitality, who are all here today. Find people from those organizations, get to know them, and think about how you can support them. We all know that this is the year of elections, and that people across the world are going to choose their political leaders, and that refugees will be present in almost all of those debates. And I think that demagogues win when good people are complacent, inattentive, or disengaged. Everybody in this room today is here because we refuse to be complacent, inattentive, and disengaged. So please help these remarkable organizations achieve their goal and thereby assist refugees. Thank you. And with that, I have the enormous privilege of introducing our first keynote speaker. Vicky Tennant requires no introduction, so I shan't, other than saying that she is UNHCR's representative to the United Kingdom, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Paul, and really a huge thank you to the Conduit team for inviting me to open this really inspiring event. And the energy in the room is really quite palpable. And I think that comes from something Paul already referred to, the fact that we just have so many such a diversity of talent, of expertise, of profiles, of backgrounds here. And when I was looking at the list of participants and kind of looking down the list, we have people from sport, people from the business world, people from the arts, people working in local authorities and cities, NGOs, the media, refugee-led organizations, think tanks, entrepreneurs, people working in the health sector, financial services, people working in development, in the law. It's just an incredible array of expertise. And I think when we face a challenge as complex and as pressing as people being uprooted from their homes in the way they are today and on the scale they are today, it's very, very clear that the traditional ways of responding to that are simply not enough. And we need creativity, we need your creativity, we need that collaboration that Paul talked about, and we need that vision that can really catalyze change and generate meaningful, sustainable and practical solutions that move beyond the rhetoric and that move beyond the politics around this issue. The approach that the Conduit is pursuing here is very much in line with the Global Compact on Refugees, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment, but it's very much in that spirit, which is about bringing together multiple stakeholders from across society and really bringing to bear our collective energies and our collective commitment to addressing forced displacement and the challenges facing refugees. I'm going to speak a little bit about the global picture, and I think it goes without saying that the trends, the global trends and the landscape in which we're all operating is extremely stark. I sometimes hesitate to start with the numbers because they can kind of obscure the individual stories of each and every refugee, but I think in this case it is important to talk about numbers, and there's one number that's extremely important because it does tell a story. And that number is 114 million people forcibly displaced around the world today because of conflict, because of climate, because of persecution, because of the other factors that Paul has referred to: climate, inequality, misinformation, hate speech, all those things coming together to generate forced displacement on a scale that we have never seen before, certainly not in many, many decades. It tells a story, that number tells a story of a world that's very fractured. That goes without saying. It's a number that's twice what it was a decade ago. It's 3 times what it was when I joined UNHCR, which was just a bit over 20 years ago. And it really feels as if we're living in a world in which the ability to prevent conflict, to stop conflict, and to make and sustain peace is really ebbing away. And of course, the people who are forced to flee are a very, very visible consequence of that failure. I think at the moment, of course, it feels perhaps even more immediate. In Gaza, clearly, we're witnessing an absolutely unbearable human catastrophe and horrible, horrible, horrific loss of life. And that's, of course, a crisis that has ramifications across the region, also beyond the region, even into our own societies. We've just marked the 2nd anniversary this weekend of the start of the war in Ukraine. More than 6 million refugees, many million more displaced inside Ukraine. And of course, what that represents is families torn apart. It represents 6 million lives effectively coming to a halt, homes destroyed. And of course, people left in a situation of limbo with a very uncertain future. There's no obvious sense that a resolution to the situation in Ukraine is on the horizon. Now, these big crises obviously occupy our TV screens. They occupy our thoughts. But what we've seen more and more is that when we have this sort of succession of crises, even major crises slip out of the headlines very quickly, and they really can be obscure. They don't attract the same level of attention. And the one I want to just say a few words about is Sudan, which, last spring we saw, the eruption of this very brutal power struggle. People being displaced, a new stage in a crisis there. 7 million people displaced, placing huge impacts on people's lives, but also placing a strain on the neighbouring countries that have had to receive people from Sudan. And one need only think of Chad, a country that's also struggling with its own challenges. So that's a crisis that has slipped out of the headlines a little bit. And apart from these sort of big, large-scale crises, we also have what are smaller emergencies, but are still pretty major. And UNHCR, in fact, responded to 44 displacement emergencies in 31 countries last year. So that just kind of demonstrates that we're talking about a crisis that it spans all regions. We're talking about new crises. We're talking about old conflicts that reignite, and we're talking about long-standing ones that continue to have people living outside their countries for very long periods of time. And I think a common theme, and this is certainly something that has emerged over the last 10, 15 years, is that we're not seeing a resolution to these crises. So people are living in exile for longer and longer periods, and we only need to think of Syria, a crisis that now has had people living in exile for 12 years now. Very few prospects of being able to return, of being able to look forward to a solution. So when we talk about displacement, it's not a temporary state, unfortunately, for many people. And for most, it's the beginning of a long-term state of affairs. Paul has already talked about the fact that we often see the refugee crisis as something that has a particular impact and resonance in Europe, in North America, whereas in fact the impact of refugee crises and displacement is very much in the developing world. It's in low and middle income countries. Typically, refugees and displaced people do stay close to home. So of that figure that I mentioned, 114 million, 2/3 remain inside their own countries, internally displaced. Only around 1/3 are actually crossing borders. And when they do cross borders, they're in general staying in countries neighbouring their own. So typically, 69% of refugees stay in countries next door to their own. And more than 3/4 of all refugees are in low or middle income countries, where, of course, resources are already very, very scarce. Now, typically, what we see is that those countries, in general, do keep their borders open, do welcome refugees, and typically it's host communities, often in the border areas, that are receiving refugees and that are very much the first responders in refugee crises. And we do see incredible generosity from the large refugee hosting countries and the communities and local people who receive them. But inevitably, that generosity is tested over time. And we do see pressure on resources, on services. Bigger trends have an impact on the ability of host countries to continue to receive and support people. So when we have food insecurity, the impact of climate, the impact of the war in Ukraine and what that did to supply chains, it places a strain on refugees and their hosts, and that becomes very, very evident. And the consequences are that we see that hospitality starting to wane. We sometimes see pressure for refugee returns in circumstances that are less than voluntary and are certainly not safe. And we also see, and Paul has referred to this, we see refugees being forced into situations where they have to make very, very difficult choices. So do they stay where they are? In a situation that's becoming more and more difficult? Do they return home, often in very difficult circumstances? Or do they move on in search of more stability and a safer and more secure future? So those are incredibly difficult choices. So what does that mean? It absolutely means that countries further away have to stand up. Those countries that are less impacted need to step up in solidarity with those countries and the communities that are most affected, and really show that they are prepared to share responsibility in very concrete, tangible ways. And that includes by receiving refugees themselves. But it also means looking for, I think, new ways of engaging with and responding to refugee crises. The Global Compact on Refugees was adopted by the General Assembly in 2018, and it was an attempt to reframe and rethink how we engage as a global community with forced displacement and with refugee crises. So it was a UN compact. It was adopted by the General Assembly in 2018, and what it tried to do was take this principle of international cooperation, shared responsibility for refugees, and that's very much at the heart of the Refugee Convention. So it was trying to take that principle and really translate it into something very concrete, really give it substance. It was built around 4 pillars. It is built around 4 pillars. The first pillar is easing that pressure on host communities, and in particular, reframing how we engage with refugee crises in terms of development, the need for a development response, not purely a humanitarian response. And that's particularly important when we look at how refugee crises become protracted. There was a focus on refugee self-reliance, so not simply abandoning refugees, leaving them on the margins, but emphasizing jobs, education, connectivity, and including them in the societies where they find themselves. The third pillar is access to third country solutions, and this is an area that has really gathered momentum, I think, over the last few years. So not only expanding refugee resettlement, but looking at other pathways for refugees to move on safely and securely to third countries. So whether that's through labour mobility pathways, scholarships to universities, family reunion, other pathways. So that has really gathered some momentum, and I know a number of you in this room have been very much involved in driving that agenda forward over the last few years. Supporting conditions in countries of origin, so looking forward to solutions and the conditions that can make it possible for people to overcome displacement and finally rebuild their lives back home. So those were essentially the 4 pillars. Now, what was striking, I think, looking back at that Global Compact, was first of all the emphasis on the potential of refugees. And this goes back again to what Paul was saying, that if the right investments are made, if you place refugees at the center of the response and the center of your solutions, if you help them build the capacities to shape their own lives, that can be absolutely transformative. And then the emphasis that I've already mentioned about including refugees in local economies and services, and really helping them participate and contribute. So not leaving refugees sitting in camps, for years on end with sort of parallel services and leaving them as recipients of assistance, but really that emphasis on including them in local communities and the benefits that brings to everybody. And then the third thing that was really important, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, was this multi-stakeholder approach. So no longer are refugees and refugee crisis something to be dealt with by aid agencies and UN agencies and host countries and donor countries, but they need that wider engagement, and that multi-stakeholder approach was really important. Last December, we had the second Global Refugee Forum. This was held in Geneva over 3 days in December, and that was something that was envisaged in the Global Compact on refugees. It was quite, I think, a really transformative moment. I think one of the purpose really was to take stock. What have we achieved? Are we managing to deliver on these pillars that we've set out in this compact? And it, I think there was an amazing energy, and there was a sense that there are solutions out there. We are pursuing them, and there's so much more potential in what we can do. It felt like a really transformative moment. And I think one of the things that was quite transformative was the fact that there were so many refugees there. We had over 300 refugees participating in the Global Refugee Forum, and they were everywhere. They were speaking at every event. They had been very heavily involved in the preparations for the forum, acting as expert advisors for governments. Many refugee-led organisations had really been working to build towards the forum. So it felt very exciting. It felt like a very important moment. And I know that for me and for other colleagues who've been working with refugees for a long time, it felt like something had changed. And I think to be able to take that spirit and really move it forward is now it's got to be an absolute priority. Wide range of actors there. I've already talked about this multi-stakeholder approach. We had more than 1,600 pledges, and when I talk about pledges, I'm not just talking about financial pledges across a whole range of areas. So in refugee education, mental health, connectivity, digital transformation, including refugees in national statistics systems. A lot of focus on economic inclusion. I know that's something you'll be really exploring over the next day and a half. So how do we help refugees access job opportunities? How do we help them get access to financial products, to microfinance, to the skills and the backing that they need in order to fulfill their potential? A lot of emphasis on third country solutions, addressing hate speech, misinformation, sports, regional pledges in relation to specific refugee situations. Private sector very present, so that role of companies, that role of foundations was very evident across the 3 days in Geneva. As I said, not just about funding, but really about investing in refugee hosting areas, providing direct support to refugee entrepreneurs, scholarships, and other kinds of investments. So today and tomorrow, I think the conversations that you're going to be having are very much in line with that spirit of expanding the way we think and engage, the way we think about and the way we engage with refugee crises and with refugees. And I think the kinds of solutions that you're going to be talking about, including the solutions that will be discussed and put forward and for your consideration, they're very much in the spirit of this new multilateralism, which is all about unlocking potential. So, yeah, the program you have, I think, is really exciting and very much in line with that spirit. And I think what we're really looking at and what you will be talking about in this context is if we don't invest in refugees, if we leave them on the margins, if we abandon them, if we leave them unskilled or uneducated, it is a huge missed opportunity. And it's not only in the interests of refugees, it's in our interests as a global community to help refugees, give them the possibility to carve out a more prosperous and secure future and to triumph over the trauma and the tragedy of forced displacement. And I think if we look at forced displacement, we look at the experiences of refugees, and just to go back to what I was saying at the beginning, those experiences are very much a product of divisions and fractures. And I would say that we owe it to refugees to do something differently. We owe it to them to have them see us coming together in a spirit of unity, embracing solidarity and embracing practical solutions that will allow them to rebuild their lives. So I wish you well over the next couple of days, and I'm really looking forward to being part of the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Vicky, for those framing remarks. So we're now going to go straight into our first panel. That panel is entitled "Turning Responsibility into Opportunity: How Refugee Hiring Can Positively Impact the Private Sector." And for that, we have Helene van Melle, from the 10 Partnership for Refugees, who will moderate this panel of people who have deep lived experience and practical solutions in the space. So over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. There's lots of lights here, so I can't see you all, but here we are. Welcome to this first panel conversation of the day. And I'm really excited to have this important discussion, so focused on employment, to kick off the day here. And thank you, Paul, and the team of the Conduit for organizing this event and for inviting us. And it's fantastic to see so many of you attending here today. So thank you for joining us. So my name is Helene van Melle. I'm the Deputy Director for Europe at the 10th Partnership for Refugees. We are a network of more than 400 multinational companies that have all committed to connect refugees to work in their new host communities at scale. So we work with these companies in our network on hiring programs at all skill levels, and then we connect them to organizations that can help source refugee talent, like NGOs, and many of those are here today as well, but also diaspora organizations and staffing agencies. In this network, we harness what employers do best to overcome the barriers that refugees face when entering the labor market. And we do this because we know that employment is the most important milestone to successful integration in the new host communities. But also because we know that integrating refugees into labor markets at scale is the surest way to lay the groundwork for countries to welcome more refugees. Now, the theme of this summit is all about solutions, and we have a wonderful lineup of speakers here today, representing the private sector, NGOs supporting refugee inclusion, and personal experience. We're going to share insights with you about challenges that refugees face, about the effective solutions to overcome those, and some recommendations for what more needs to be done to ensure a job for every refugee. Now, let me briefly introduce the speakers to you. On my far left, we have Anil Kasemi, who is the project lead for Afghan resettlement at Universal Sponsorship Pathway UK. Then we have Hayley Johnson, the talent acquisition consultant for UK and Ireland at Philips. Next to her, Nutsei Sithol, who is the acting chief executive at Renaisi. And then Ashley Clark, Central Recruitment Manager at Menzies Aviation. So join me in welcoming them, and let's get started. And this will be a 45-minute conversation, and then we'll open up for questions from the audience. So please save your questions for a bit later. The first question, actually the same one for all of you. We're here today for this discussion about employment. So for refugees that do find a job, what do you see as the significance for their integration to their new country and community? And Ashley, can you kick off, please?
Sure can. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, brilliant, great. So hello. So when refugees secure employment, it's not merely, in my perspective, a job placement. You know, I think it's the catalyst to be able for them to integrate into the new society that they're looking to, to really kind of filter into. And as a baseline, I'd say employment empowers refugees by providing not just that financial stability, which it seems to be the natural thing to start with, but it also fosters a sense of belonging. We work in a very multicultural, very diverse community. And it facilitates development and integration into their new community. So, and beyond that, work enables refugees to engage with the local communities, which is, because we're in so many locations, we're in 265 locations globally, so we're in a lot of places. And it allows them to work closely together, get to know their people, get to know their peers, breaks down those cultural barriers, which is really important, but it also allows us to learn and innovate from them to really develop our culture internally. So in essence, employment is the key, really, to the door, to enable refugees to become active, productive members of their new country in which they're looking to be a part of. And it both enables them to feel welcome and enables them to really thrive within their new role.
Thank you, Ashley. Let's say, over to you.
Thanks, Helen. Can everyone hear me? I think so. Hi, everybody. Really lovely to see you all today, and I'm really pleased to be sitting amongst some brilliant people having this important conversation. So I think when thinking about this question, I think you only have to think about yourself and the people in your life and what work means to you and the people in your life to understand what it means to a refugee who is fundamentally a person like you. And I think for all of us, we get a sense of autonomy. We are given the keys to self-determination. We are supported to engage with our local communities through work. We are given the spending power we need to project into the future and think about future planning. We can provide for our families. We can develop a sense of purpose and community with our colleagues. And we can exercise our own skills, abilities, our talents through our day-to-day roles. It's the same for any other person, and it's the same for a refugee. So for me, work is literally part of what it means to be a productive, contributing person in modern society. And without that, and denying that, for refugees, or to refugees specifically, in my view, is something we need to leave behind. And we have absolutely got everything it takes to be able to leave behind the statistics that we know so well about refugee unemployment. There is fundamentally, in my opinion, no excuse for anybody to be falling short when it comes to refugee employment. And there are several ways, which we're going to talk about today, that we can all kind of do a little bit better on that front. But for me, fundamentally, it's part of being a person in society in the same way as work is important to any of us.
Thank you, Natsé. That's beautifully said and so true. Thank you. Let me move over to Hayley.
Thank you, Helen. I'm Hayley. I'm working for Philips UK. I'm the talent acquisition consultant here. And I've got 25 years experience in recruitment. I'm not sure how much you know about Philips, but we're a global company. We're focused on health technology, and our mission is to make a positive impact to people's lives. When I joined Philips 5 years ago, I had the privilege to be invited to be lead on a local level, the UK, or the global initiative, to help refugees find workplaces within Philips. And during that work, I've seen obviously the practical benefits, the financial benefits to these people, to refugees in helping them to find work. But actually with all the people from Ukraine, from Syria, from Afghan that we've worked with, they've all shared with us that it's the self-confidence, the belief that they get in their skills, the hope and the inspiration that they get from the work that we do that is much more far-reaching. One lady that I work with is called Kate. She has just got a job with us as a marketing intern, and she shared with me that getting a job with Philips was an enormous sense of joy, which she then shared with her daughters, which I thought was lovely. And we also had, I've also been mentoring another lady through the Tent Partnership, and she shared with me that the work that she's just with my support, it's just given her family peace of mind that there's someone looking out for her. And that has just meant that she's got the confidence, she's got the belief in her own experience to go on and do amazing things. So I think what it really comes down to is allyship, just having someone that they know that is vouching for them, that can really push them forwards, has allowed them to have the courage to go on and achieve things that they never thought would be possible in the UK. And feeling included in that as well has had a massive impact.
Thank you so much. Anil, over to you.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'm Anil, for those of you who don't know me, and a resident refugee. I work for USP UK on the Afghan resettlement project since summer last year. I believe employment is not just a need for refugees. I think it's our lifeline, and because and it's a beacon of hope in a world of uncertainty and adversity. We want to contribute to the communities when we move, and personally I've been displaced. The first thing in my mind, all of us as a family, was to start contributing. But also it's not just when you secure your first employment, your job as a refugee, it's not just about the yelp of joy, but it's very much about moving ahead to start and contributing to the communities you want to do, and also you get it leads to self-sufficiency, self-respect. It reduces reliance on the social welfare, and it is a strain both on individual and as well as the host countries. And I think employing refugees, it gives the opportunity to move one from being a burden to contributors to the communities.
Thank you. Again, I think all beautifully said, and I think we all agree as well. There's this great contribution people want to give, actually, they want to contribute to the new communities, but employment is giving all of us humans had this confidence, this feeling of inclusion. And I also liked the word allyship, Hayley, that you called out. Thank you all for this. Anil, staying with you, from a personal perspective, what was your experience of arriving in the UK from Afghanistan? Looking to you build your career here, what hurdles did you encounter personally when trying to find suitable employment? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Thank you. Of course. I arrived to the UK a little over 2 years ago from Afghanistan after the fall of Kabul. But before arriving to the UK, I spent several months in Pakistan in different hotels. And amidst talk of racism, both in conversations that we had every evening and on social media, I was pleasantly surprised with the warmth and kindness when I got to the UK. One memory stands vividly. We were in Grantham, and the second day when we got out of the hotel, and I went to British Red Cross shop to get clothes for us to keep warm because we came from a warm place. The moment the lady realized that we were refugees from Afghanistan, she refused to charge us any payment, and they gave us extra clothes to keep my daughter and my wife warm, something we will never forget in our life. Now, when I moved to the bridging accommodation, obviously employment was top priority for me. However, it was never easy. It was very challenging. Firstly, because we were waiting to get, we were not so sure where we will be housed, so it was really difficult and challenging to plan ahead. And secondly, upon securing accommodation, the daunting task of employment began for me, and it was very complicated, very challenging. I remember applying for jobs, even if they didn't align with my career aspiration, and often a lot of rejections. But I think the challenges were for me when applying for jobs were not knowing which websites are best to apply, not knowing, basically not having the network and confidence, and being able to express and impress under pressure. Obviously, the trauma of leaving Afghanistan was on top. However, I reached out to the Refugee Council, who I had, that were providing support. And with their help, I revamped my CV. I learned skills. I learned network, sector-focused websites, and they referred me to a recruitment agency. 2 days after my interview with the recruitment agency, they hired me. And over the next 10 months, not only I expanded my network, but I received a great deal of support and motivation and guidance, and I have a very good relationship with them now.
Yes, thank you for sharing this personal experience. And how did this actually inform your work?
Yes, indeed, it has. I mean, since joining USP UK last summer, one aspect that always fills me with pride is that it offers opportunity for displaced individuals like myself to leverage our experience and to shape the work we are doing. And this autonomy, and I think this autonomy has really provided us the opportunity to plan the work we are doing, given that we now work with refugees who might be facing the same challenges as I did.
Yeah, wonderful. Anil, USP UK supports Ukrainians and Afghans living in the UK. What can you tell us a bit more maybe about their experiences trying to get a job, but also what's the significance of these milestones? We talked a little bit about that already, but also do you see any similarities or differences in the barriers that they face, these different groups?
Yes, absolutely. Please allow me to share a little bit of experience and data on this one. in terms of Afghans who arrived under ACRS and Arab schemes to the UK, the main challenge, of course, is the housing, which is stopping the refugees to get employment as well, because they spend a lot of time in bridging accommodations. Last summer, in collaboration with More in Common, we conducted a survey to better understand the barriers that Afghans under Arab and ACRS schemes are facing. We had a network, so we fostered a network to better understand the challenges they are facing, and it was the first systematic, from an organization point of view, approach to basically understand them. And upon doing the survey of different Afghans, we realized that in terms of challenges, obviously housing was first, and then we asked what was the most important thing to you to a place where you want to live. The top questions the number of people responded were, the majority of them said, close to job opportunities. I think that indicates the importance and willingness of refugees trying to get into job opportunities. And out of that number, we had 31% of the whole cohort who were employed into some employment. 61% were still looking for employment. And alarmingly, 51% of the women were not looking for employment, which I think were because of the language barriers. And moving on to some of the challenges that the cohort face is language barriers and childcare responsibilities and lack of network. They don't have information, as the survey revealed that a huge number of Afghans don't have resettlement knowledge. And the same with the displaced Ukrainians. They have, obviously, language is one obstacle, and then their qualifications are not recognized in the UK. So often they have to get an extra education to be able to qualify for those jobs, and again, childcare responsibilities, and to an extent, lack of information applies to Ukrainians too.
Yeah, thank you. That's very clear. Moving then to Natsai, employers can sometimes underestimate the skill level actually of refugees, and therefore the roles that they could thrive in. Can you give us an overview of the diversity of the careers and skill levels for the refugees that you support at Renaissance?
Absolutely. And just for those who don't know, Renaissance is a social enterprise based in Hackney. We work nationally and also in London across a range of areas. We provide social research. We're also experts in place-based systems change, but then we also directly support people in communities, including through our transitions program, which supports refugees with professional experience to find suitable work in the UK. So that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. And yes, you're right, Helen. Some employers do wildly underestimate what our candidates are capable of and what their qualifications really mean in a UK context, and it's a real shame. All of our candidates have at least 2 years minimum experience. In reality, we say 2 years minimum experience to be supported on our programme, but in reality, most of them have decades of experience, 10 years, 20 years plus. I've got nothing on most of the people that I kind of see day to day. And, bring with them so much experience, not just on paper, but actually in terms of navigating employment systems and companies and organisations internationally, which I think is a wealth of expertise we could all be benefiting from. We engage with people who are qualified architects, urban designers, accountants, cybersecurity professionals, business analysts, the whole gamut of seriously skilled individuals, and also, obviously, highly sought after skills in the UK. We've got enormous skills gaps, particularly around roles in areas of expertise that will support a just transition to a green economy, to support the kind of digital innovation aspirations of the UK government, for example, everything we could possibly need. Many of the candidates that we support have those skills. The limitations really are how employers perceive those skills and those individuals in terms of their talents and their abilities, and then also whether fundamentally those organisations are set up to not only bring in that talent, but also to sustain it. Now, we know in the UK we've been having a conversation about diversity and inclusion for quite some time, and I think the refugee employment conversation fits very squarely into that, but actually beyond, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, because I think we do need to break out the cycle of thinking about this with a latent sense of paternalism that we're doing people a favour, when actually it's actually business that stands to gain from these individuals, in my opinion. But yes, there's wild underestimation, I think, of some of the candidates we support.
Yes, and has it been difficult for them to find a job then commensurate with their skills and qualifications? And I think you talked a little bit about it already, but maybe
it can be challenging. And as Anil has kind of pointed to, when you're a refugee, you have a number of additional challenges and barriers to face, and largely quite a lot of those are the invisible ones, the ones that are very much felt but not necessarily seen and tangible. It's how people experience you, how people perceive you, how you move through the world. There are structural barriers in the way of refugees getting into work that they really truly deserve. There is obviously the practical stuff around, recognition of qualifications, not having UK references, and all of that stuff that absolutely puts up barriers before they even begin. But yes, it can be really challenging, but we work very, very hard to support them through all of that.
Fantastic, thank you. These are interesting insights from the NGOs. Now moving to the private sector, a question for you, Hayley. What is Philips' commitment to hiring refugees across your business globally? And can you share some examples of how you've approached it?
Thank you. So in 2019, Philips globally saw that tapping into this talent pool was a real solution for us as a business. And it really went with our people strategy to offer a diverse work environment, which is inclusive for everyone. So we made a commitment to Tent in 2019 that by 2024 we would offer 150 workplaces to refugees. I'm pleased to share that last year, so 2023, we actually had offered 181 workplaces. So we're now redefining that strategy and that commitment, and we're now going for 250 by 2025. And how we've done it is we obviously have the overarching goal to offer workplaces to refugees, but we've actually initiated locally at a local level sort of project leaders that are there evangelising and supporting the local country on what we're doing. So we're actually live now in, I think, 7 countries, so Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Turkey, Panama, Costa Rica, Australia, UK, and we're soon to launch in America as well. And through having people at a local level who are really educating, evangelising, opening up opportunities for refugees. We have found workplaces for people across our business. So we have now got people from displaced countries working as in administration, customer service, HR, finance, factory operators. So really across the whole of our business. And it really comes down to having both that global commitment that we're all striving towards, but also having the people at a local level that are having those connections with our people leaders, with the local community, with the NGOs, that is really making it happen.
Thank you, Hayley. So important to have this global commitment, but the local engagement. So I think Philips is doing that very well. Thank you for sharing. Moving to you, Ashley. So what led to Menzies Aviation stepping up to set a goal of recruiting refugees equivalent to 1% of its global workforce over the next 3 years?
So for those who don't know who Menzies Aviation are, I guarantee you've had something to do with us at some point. You know, going through airports, going through check-in, getting your bags on an aircraft. You've had something to do with us. We're kind of that sneaky people in the shadows, or in a good way, just a caveat. But it needs, the reason why is because we need to do it. We work globally. We're 45,000 people, and we're in, as I said, 250 locations, 265 locations in 60 countries. It needs to happen. We needed to make it happen. If we look at the people within our business and the people within our organisation, it goes, being a refugee is undiscriminatory in the sense of our chairman, for example, and he won't mind me telling you this, is that he comes from 3 generations of displacement. It's probably 0.00001% that he should have been a chairman of a global aviation business, but here he is today, and he's looking to really kind of drive, say, if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere. We've got numerous stories of people within our organisation who have come through this route. We talked about earlier around, we operate in Khartoum, We need to be able to support the people there. We work in a global operation, so how can we, give dispensation to get people into other locations? It just makes complete sense for us to do it. We're trying to put the fundamentals in place because we're on a long-term journey. We're trying to put the fundamentals in place to be able to support, because we are, due to the security nature of the aviation sector, we do have some hurdles to take it on board, but we're trying to lobby, trying to push the regulators to, as a sector, to make something happen. But just to kind of finish off on that is that the main thing, if you look on Men's Aviation website or any interaction we have, the key thing for us is our people. And I know it's such a cliche thing to say, right, that people make everything happen, but in Men's Aviation, it's a true comment that we seriously care about our people, because that is what makes us operate. And if we can diversify those skill sets and bring people in who are engaged, bring people in who have the drive to take their career to the next level and to bring back that life that they once had, we are all for it. So we are so on board. And as Hayley said, I think we're trying to implement that regionally. If you get the voice of the regions, then it's get them to do a good chunk of the work as well with the locals. It makes complete sense. So we're so on board.
Yeah, thank you. So that's again the takeaway: the global-local relationship. But actually, what are the challenges that you have faced specifically in hiring into your workforce, and some of the ways that you're addressing those?
As I said, aviation is a real challenge because, as I said, people are our focus, whether that's the people that we interact with as an organisation or the people within our business. So security is right up there. So if anyone here flew in today through Heathrow, I can guarantee you that the people you had something to do with had 5 years worth of referencing, 5 years worth of criminal record checks. They gave 2 forms of ID. That is a luxury, 2 forms of ID. Whoever thought that was going to be a luxury? But for a refugee, they don't have it. They don't have it. So how are we? So that is a massive challenge that we have as an organisation. And again, it's going back to as a sector, but also relying on working with our NGO, working with Tent, who have been absolutely fantastic, working with the NGOs to really develop plans and lobby the people who make the decisions to say, make it happen, because it can happen. We've got locations where it happens. In Denver, in the USA, they made it happen. They put dispensation into place. In Atlanta, we found a route, even though Jen will probably, confirm this, that we had quite a feisty NGO there who was willing to take the airport to the Department of Justice. So that was a good battle to have. But there's locations where we can make true impact. So that's that's the long-term thing. We need to really work on that. But from a short-term thing is education. And when I say education, I mean our internal education. What people perceive as a refugee. We all know that people, if they think of refugee, they've got a certain picture in their head. We need to change that. So what we did, we worked really closely with Tent, we partnered with them to create internal guidance, internal training, to develop a route to show this is how we recruit refugees. These are the definitions of a refugee. This is what an NGO is. This is how we onboard them. This is how you take on. So if you look at a refugee CV, how do you translate their skills into what we're trying to do here, and just go with an open mind? And that's enabled them to really kind of think differently. We're really trying to focus and flow that into our recruitment processes.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Natsé, then to you. In your work with the private sector, what are some of the most effective strategies you've seen to facilitate access to the local labour market? What do you want to see more of?
Sure. I think just on the latter, so I think more of is basically what Ashley just described there, which is also some of the most effective ways of doing this. So it's taking that sort of root and branch approach as opposed to the sort of bums on seats approach, which I often talk about, but I'll say a little bit more about both of those things. So it's not possible to sustain a diverse workforce if the environment, the policies, the culture in and of themselves exclusionary. Like, That's a really important thing to recognise. And that means fundamentally that this journey is not going to be simple. It's not something that can be wrapped up in a short-term initiative that you focus on for maybe 6 months or a year and then we all move on to the next thing. It's not possible. You must, I think, and where we've seen most effective companies kind of doing this is where they've really committed to the long term. And they fundamentally thought about refugee employment alongside some of their other workforce objectives and centrally to their business strategy, and have invested in it in the very, very, very long term, and have taken that journey from the top to the bottom of the organisation and really instilled those values in their organisation from the top to the bottom. It's really, really critical, because as kind of Ashley's describing there in those kind of small examples of kind of how his company is currently doing this, you have to think about the many ways in which there are barriers for particular people and refugees for engaging in the workforce. And some of those things are not super obvious. They're not really obvious from the off. And so you have to be committed to really looking at not only your recruitment practices in detail, but also your culture, also your day-to-day ways of working, what's accepted, what's a ritual, how do we behave here? How does that create an exclusionary environment where actually people cannot progress, let alone refugees progressing in your organisation? So it really is about recruitment practice, yes, but organisational culture and aligning with your behaviours, and then also business strategy. It's really important to take that kind of systemic approach to how you're thinking about this. And then to add even more complexity, to try and think about the intersectional view, actually. A refugee is not just a refugee. Like, no individual is a monolithic example of X, a person. A woman is not just a woman, etc., etc. We are many things. We are many and various things. And as a result, your experiences of particular dynamics are going to change based on that intersectionality, based on that kind of combination of things that you are and things that you bring in terms of your identity. So again, really trying to take some time to understand quite deeply how is someone from Ukraine going to experience this workplace versus how is someone from Sudan going to experience this workplace. These are different experiences. They come with different layers. And it's really important to spend, again, a bit of time really thinking about how the dynamics in your workplace could be impacting different people. I think just to get practical, so that you can pin it down to some specific things. Some of the things we've seen work really, really well is kind of skills-first hiring, rather than thinking about interviews as your first form of assessment or your primary form of assessment. So skills-first hiring really does support basically everybody. So you're not creating a new process specifically from one cohort of individuals coming into your company. If you transform to a skills-first approach, you're more likely to bring in women, Black and other minoritized groups, people with disabilities, people who are also refugee experienced, because you're starting with a skills-first approach. What do you bring? How do you do what you do? Rather than, can you talk to me about what you do? Which is a very different thing and a very kind of Eurocentric approach to thinking about employment, if you think about it that way. So thinking about the practical ways that you can break down those barriers from the beginning. I think also, like I said before, connecting refugee employment goals to your business strategy. So really thinking about how this is linked to financial outcomes, EDI, social value, whatever it means for your particular company, but ensuring that there is the resource, the focus, and the time commitment over a number of years to see that progress, because you're not going to see it in a year. It is going to take some time, and you need to invest in that and support your senior leaders to drive that through the business. Really, really critical. So that far beyond it being a fashionable thing on the agenda, it is rooted in your business, and you can keep driving it forward over time. And I think there's two other things I would say. Maybe start small if you're in a massive conglomerate and it's very, very difficult to get cut through. Then what can you do at a smaller scale with a group of allied members of staff in your area to start making some progress? And then through that, start to demonstrate what progress and success can actually look like. And then through that, you would hope you might be able to create a bit of a groundswell around making some progress on this front, where we have seen sort of medium to large businesses really make some progress, is where, in effect, rebellious individuals have decided, I'm going to take this on, I'm going to take on this challenge, I'm going to do this. As a leader, I need to do this. This feels really, really important, so I'm going to drive it forward. I'm going to try something small. I'm going to bring in maybe 10 to 15 individuals over a period of time, and I'm going to demonstrate how I did that. I'm going to bring people behind me. I'm going to tell stories of what I've learned in this process, what's worked, what's not worked, what is it about the business that is actually getting in the way, and I'm going to influence as hard as I can while I'm here to make some progress, and I'm going to hand that over to somebody else who's going to do the next stage, and the next stage, and the next stage. And seeing that, again, that systemic approach, you can cannot change it all, but you can make progress. It's really important to start somewhere. So if you can't do the big bang start from the center of the strategy, you can do something smaller in your department, in your area. If you are a leader, you can do those things. So think about what you can change at a smaller scale. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Hayley. Yeah, and it's really about looking at the potential. That's one of the lessons that you shared. Thank you so much. Hayley, a question for you again. So in the UK, you led a series of employability workshops to help refugees, refugee job seekers actually living close to your UK head office to become job ready. Why did you initiate this, and what was the impact on Philips employees and those taking part, of course?
Thank you. Well, I'm going to share with you what I have done in the UK, and it kind of sums up what's been said already. So we knew that we wanted to offer workplaces to refugees, but we knew that just by saying it wouldn't happen. We had to bring our employees and our people leaders on a journey with us. And I started that journey when I joined Philips 5 years ago, and I've only just recruited our first 2 refugees this year, so you're absolutely right, it does take time, and sometimes it feels like an insurmountable mountain, but it is definitely worth persevering at as well. So we, I think, it has been mentioned already in the opening keynotes that there is sometimes the impression on that is incorrect on refugees. So when we're talking about hiring refugees to our local, our employees and our people leaders, they had some negative connotations that maybe they wouldn't be able to fill the jobs that we have available for, that we recruit for in the UK. So the kind of jobs that we recruit for we're a largely commercial organisation, so we are marketing, sales, finance, etc. They're usually requiring quite clinical or professional qualifications, and definitely a fluent English in order to be able to communicate with our internal and external stakeholders. So we knew that if we just said to our people leaders, right, we've got a goal, we're going to go and hire X amount of refugees, it wouldn't happen. We really had to sort of help them to realise and break down those barriers initially. So we started with some education, and we partnered with the Refugee Council, who were really kind enough to deliver some workshops with whoever wanted to sign up to them, really. And those workshops really placed asylum seekers and refugees in a position of positivity. It showed the journey that they've been on, the skills that they could bring to any organisation, and also the benefits that they can bring as well. So it's really just not just, it's actually inviting external speakers in to show the best that this talent pool can give. I then wanted to tap into the local network, really. So I partnered with our council, local council, and our local job centre. And through conversations with them, that's when our employability courses were really launched. So we decided that the best way to really find people work is to, within Philips, for our employees to work with refugees on a one-to-one basis and realise the potential that they can bring our organisation. But also through those workshops, the refugees would have the opportunity to demonstrate their abilities to us, and hopefully by the end of it, we'll be able to offer them a job. So we now run workshops with our local refugee community. It's a 4-course employability workshop, and it goes through several stages. Some of it is about writing CVs, some of it is about how to find a job. I mean, it's difficult enough for most of us to find a job, but this is equally more difficult because there's so much more navigation. It is sometimes different. Like some of the stories that we've heard, people, they didn't know that there were agencies available for them. They didn't know how to search on the internet for jobs, because in the countries that they've come from, they get work from knowing someone, or they didn't have to have a CV or anything like that. So we really helped them write CVs. Some came with them on paper. We helped them to get them written up so they can send them out. We helped them to know how to look and find work, and then also how to prepare for the interview. So we went through quite a lot of interview skills coaching, and it actually culminates in the last session. They're invited into our office, our head office, and we actually do practice interviews with everyone that's involved and give them feedback and a certificate at the end of it. And you've asked about the impact, Helen. The impact on our employees, it's just been so energising. Everyone involved has got an enormous sense of well-being and inclusion from it. And some of the things that I've been shared with was that they really got the opportunity to work with the most wonderful people. They were really impressed with the motivation and resilience. So we're already changing perceptions through the workshops that we're offering. And the biggest takeaway that someone had was the huge amount of talent and qualifications that they hadn't realised because of the media landscape, because of what we hear every day. We just don't realise the huge amount of talent. And as I said, we have hired 2 people now, but some of the people that we did work with didn't want to work for Philips, which is fair enough. But they've gone on and found work with the work that we've done with them in careers that they really wanted to go into. So it's just been really rewarding, both for our employees. And now there's not a week that goes by that I don't have someone come up to me and say, oh, when are you running your next course? Can I be involved? So it's really great.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Hayley. And I think we've heard from all of you a lot that does work for companies. So last question to you, Anil. What do you think, looking ahead, needs to change to enable more of the people you support to access work? Also reflecting maybe a bit on what you've heard. What's your view?
Thank you, Helen. I think to improve employment for refugees, a multifaceted approach is critical, given realizing the challenges, improving access and more access to English courses, especially given that majority of refugees, if they are far away from the main cities. Helping them with getting the CVs done, as you have been doing, and obviously mentoring programs like Tent has now. A lot of people need mentorship programs in terms of employment, and then guiding through the support that already exists from within the government and the humanitarian organizations and charities. It's important to signpost individuals and refugees to get the advantage of these supports that are available. However, perhaps the most crucial aspect, I think, is an openness and willingness from the employers to hire refugees, to give them the opportunity. And I think by doing so, they're tapping into a dedicated and passionate workforce. And something which is also very important to highlight is that refugees a lot of refugees are having mental health issues. Because they're being separated from their loved ones, because they're going through a very difficult journey. And by providing employment, it's not only about a financial stability. I think employment is also about a source of healing, and it allows the refugees to heal and to move on to the next steps. And I think at the end, it does allow opportunity for them to get that social cohesion, that connection, and it helps with mental health as well.
Thank you. Let's say, how do you work with refugees to help prepare them for the job markets? And what feedback do you get from those that are successful?
Sure. I would echo much of what Anil's just mentioned there in terms of what's really matters. I think, so in terms of how we currently work with our refugees, we try and be led by what that individual is bringing us to begin with. So another thing that refugees experience, and Anil's kind of pointing to some of that, is that through going through quite an arduous experience, being, fleeing from your home, possibly leaving loved ones behind, possibly also experiencing high degrees of trauma, then navigating the UK system, which in and of itself can be highly dehumanizing and traumatizing and re-traumatizing for people, and then getting to a point where you're out the other side and you're trying to find a job and you think you've just got that kind of okay, breath of fresh air. So when people come to us, they're a bit exhausted, I can't lie. They're a bit tired and a little bit in a place of sort of, I really need some proper support here. And so we start from a kind of trauma-informed place, which is ensuring that we're slowing down actually the conversation to begin with, spending good time building rapport, trust, and the confidence of that individual in us, not the other way around. They must trust us to support them through this process, which is very personal. So that starts with kind of really just spending lots and lots of time with that individual on a one-to-one level, ensuring that they've got that personal connection with someone that they're going to see throughout the entire journey. And then from there, we provide the practical support. So people have spoken about this already, so we're making sure we can support people with building a really good industry-specific CV. We might build them a couple of CVs for different industries if they've got transferable skills across many industries. We support them with interview workshops. We tend to do that as a group to kind of build that kind of peer connection. And we also provide ESOL classes and conversation clubs as well, so people can learn through engaging, can build their language skills through engagement, which is great. We also run those with both the partner organisations, the private sector companies that we're working with, and our team. So we start to, again, engage our candidates with potential employers right from the beginning, which is great. And it also supports those employees to also, as many people have pointed to as well, start to break down their own kind of misconceptions about refugees by engaging with that. Lastly, we also connect you with a professional coach. So most of you in this room, I'm sure, are very accomplished and have had a professional coach at some point in your career to move you on. We believe very strongly at Renesi that shouldn't be something that's just, a privileged few can access. We think that's really important. So we have in-house coaches that work alongside our candidates, supporting them to think through what their own career objectives are and working them through that process, which is, again, building confidence, building self-determination, building that confidence that we all need at different points in our career. And if we feel it's no different. We also have a mentoring scheme. I'll wrap it up. But we also have a mentoring scheme, which we then connect again with corporate companies that we kind of work with. And then lastly, we also broker and support people to kind of connect with the right employers to get the jobs that they really, really want, as well as working with the employers to break down their own inclusive recruitment practices.
Yes, thank you so much. Hayley, one last question for you. On a personal level, so how has being involved in recruiting refugees changed your perspective? Your perspectives as an HR professional, but also on a personal level.
Okay, so I've got a confession. I was that person that I was talking about initially. I didn't think that we could offer refugees workplaces within Philips. And I have also come on a journey, the same journey as my employees that I work with and the people leaders that I work with. And now I think this is a talent pool full of the most amazing, wonderful, resilient, capable, loyal individuals that we really, it's a no-brainer. We should all be working with this talent pool. And on a personal level, I actually am the ally, I hope, that I described earlier, and I am quite happy to champion my viewpoint. So if I hear any of my friends or families saying things that I don't necessarily agree with, I will stand up and put my point across. And I really, really hope that just one conversation at a time, I'm changing perceptions, and maybe the people that are working with refugees through Philips are also having those conversations and one by one changing the perceptions. And as you said, like starting small, it kind of has a snowball effect, and hopefully we won't be sitting here discussing the same thing in a few years' time.
Thank you so much. I think we've heard so many beautiful stories, first of all, but especially lessons and best practices from all of you. So thank you so much for sharing. We have to wrap up a little bit, but one last question for all of you, but maybe in a few words only. This summit is all about solutions. So in the context of severe labor shortages in many countries and that welcome refugees, can you sum up in a few words why hiring refugees is both a responsibility and an opportunity for companies? Ashley, can I start with you?
A few words, okay. So embracing refugees into your business, firstly, it just makes sense, bringing refugees, organisations, to the organisations and to the wider society, it makes complete sense. For refugees, it provides that lifeline to shared lives, restoring dignity and self-sufficiency, which is really important to try and assist with. It fosters a sense of belonging, purpose, enablement, and allow us to contribute actively to their new communities and integrate correctly and properly. Well, correctly is not the right word, but integrate in the right way for them. And for businesses, I mean, it makes complete sense. You know, for us in aviation was completely, as you know, no one was flying during COVID. That was not a thing, you know. So our numbers dropped massively, and we're still on the recovery from that. So we need to do something to replenish that talent, replenish those engaged workers, and I feel, you know, the refugee community can really assist us with doing that. Because I think the one thing I've noticed, and it's been mentioned numerous times, is the commitment, the loyalty, the dedication that these people that they give an organisation is unparalleled compared to other organisations, other people. It's incredible. So we need to do more. And from our perspective, you know, the aviation sector, I know it's a bit of a challenging one, and I know it's on a long-term journey, but we're going to make it happen.
Thank you. A few words from you, Natsei.
I would start with a provocation, which is if you are thinking about this, please make sure you commit to the long term. It's absolutely critical. It's so important. Commit to the long term, ensure it is centralised and resourced properly, and that you're going on this journey together. I think, as we've all said today, it's a bit of a no-brainer. We have enormous skill shortages in this country, and whilst I do not think we should be overlooking the fact that we need to absolutely resolve that by training and upskilling UK citizens with the skills they need for the future too, the two things don't sit against each other. You can recruit and support refugees into work with the skills that we need right now, as well as investing in UK talent. The two things should not be pitted against each other. It's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Hayley.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it goes without saying it's going to help you to fill a skill shortage within your company. Any hard-to-fill roles, any volume roles, you know, just don't rule this talent pool out. But I think actually the impact that it will have on any organisation, any company is far-reaching, much more than just filling roles. It's actually going to break down those barriers internally. It's going to reduce bias. It's going to really get rid of all those social misconceptions, and it will get engagement as well from everyone that's involved in any initiative that you do with refugees. Yeah.
Thank you. And you?
Thank you. I think in terms of responsibility, I think it's a human imperative, given that UK and Europe has honoured with legacy, and it's a duty to carry it forward. It's offered solidarity and hope. And in terms of responsibility, and in terms of opportunity, I think some of the best and successful businesses around the world are hiring diverse group of people and giving equal opportunity to individuals, and I think more importantly, we are also going a massive age shift. The UK has, for example, 11 million people aged 65, and for example, in 10 years' time, this will have increased to 13 million, almost 22% of the population. So it makes economical sense to hire refugees, and I think it's a good opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for all your wise words, for sharing your experiences and great contributions. We are slightly over time, but we have approximately 10 minutes for questions from the audience. So I'll open up for questions. Yes. There is someone coming with a microphone to you. There's the lady here in the front who has a question.
Well, just a quick question. Since a lot of the refugees here in the UK are housed in areas that are not close to lots of employment opportunities, even for the people who have been living in the UK all the time. So how do you all address that problem?
Yes, that is a very good question. It's actually also something that we as the 10 Partnership for Refugees focus on. We have collected a lot of recommendations from companies on how to overcome transportation barriers. But I'll look at you, at who would like to answer this question. Let's say maybe, can I provide to you what you're seeing?
It's a really good question. Thank you for asking it. There's like multiple answers for it. I'll try and be quick. I think number one is really thinking about flexible working practices as an enabler rather than as something that's, you know, distinctly difficult for companies. It can really unlock. So thinking about exactly what that individual needs in terms of flexibility so that they can travel across the country if necessary, travel to different areas of the country if necessary, is something that we often ask our employers to really think about. In addition to that, thinking about whether we can make allowances in terms of additional travel, whether relocation is something they would support. All of those things are kind of the ways in which we ask employers to really think about unlocking that kind of like distance challenge that some of our candidates have. It's worth saying that actually most of the individuals we work with absolutely are open to relocating, more so than actually other people that we support, which is quite interesting because they have less means to do so. So again, like I said, sometimes it's negotiating with that employer and asking them to think about what relocation fees they can support. There are other challenges in the question that you just raised there around actually is there in that local environment, are there kind of economic opportunities for those refugees? That is super challenging, really, really challenging, and not actually something I can answer in 10 seconds, I'm sorry. But I will come and find you and talk about it.
Okay, thank you. There's someone else here in the front. Maybe if you can say your name and organization you're representing as well when you ask your question. Okay.
My name is Prajakta, and I'm a development economist and a tech entrepreneur. I am the founder of Refugees Who Code. So I have an economist question and an entrepreneur question. One is about career progression. I think we've heard plenty of wonderful things about how it's important to employ refugees. But in your organizations, do you also track their career progression? Because I can imagine that a refugee might be more inclined to be stable rather than progressive at that point in their life. But I don't see why they shouldn't aspire to the same kind of career growth prospects as any of us do. So what do you do in your organizations to kind of encourage that? And the other question is, and any of you could answer, but I'm particularly curious about Philips as a global company. Do you also support entrepreneurs, especially tech entrepreneurs, who are creating refugee solutions with mentorship and funding?
Okay, and thank you for your question. Maybe Hayley, if you can answer the last question, and then for the first question, I'd like to give to you the word, actually.
Yes, so I don't know the answer to that question, actually, but I can take it away. So that will be at a global level. I'm not sure on the tech side of things, at local level, we don't often have that solution because the innovation happens in our head office in the Netherlands, but I can certainly take that away, yeah. Good question, though.
Yeah, so from a Menzies Aviation perspective, we are clear to everyone who joins Menzies Aviation of their progression and their clear goals, and we identify, when people start, what their aspirations are regardless. And I know a lot of businesses say that they do this, but we have clear record of giving people the opportunities that they want, whether it's, if they want extra development in a certain area, to go down a different route, because there's so many people within our organisation who've come in as a check-in agent, and now they're a senior vice president of people. It's unreal. So the aspect, it's there, but we manage it, we review with the person, and we keep regular with them, and we promote that through our recruitment process.
Thank you. Yes, the gentleman here in the front has a question. I can't see him. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm looking into the light, so I can't see what's happening, but you'll be the next. Sorry about that.
Okay, my name is Andrew Morris, and I represent a global non-profit which delivers free translations to non-profits around the world, including, we've worked together with Anil. I'd like to know, you mentioned language barrier as the number one barrier. How do you get around it right now?
Ashley,
So from our perspective, yes, it can be. It can be a challenge for our organisation, but it's something that, as an organisation, we're well attuned to, because Menzies Aviation has been around since 1833, not in aviation, by the way. That wasn't around. But we've been around the block for quite a long time. So we utilise our diverse community to be able to develop and train others and offer, and in some circumstances, of course, we will look to offer language training. Now, that is something, and as I said, we're on a journey. So as part of the recruitment process going forward, when we're recruiting within the refugee community, we will look to, right at the start, we will look to see how we can offer language skills, just language tools to assist them. So we're putting we've got the tools in place to support them.
Can I just
Anil, maybe do you want to add something from your perspective? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I think from what we do at USP UK is, largely we don't imply, but we only refer them to partner organizations and other opportunities like Renesi. We encourage refugees who have language barriers to basically apply for certain jobs that they think is suitable for them, but in the meantime also take advantage of the English language courses and conversation clubs to make sure that it comes like a collectively, because they could learn and they can also apply it, and something that we have seen working with majority of the families who are doing this.
Can I just add very, very quickly? Yes. Because there's another thing, is just reframing it as not a barrier. So yes, absolutely, English skills might be a little bit low in particular individuals, but they also come with usually multiple languages. So there is something about reframing this as, yes, you might need some support with your English, we can support you with that. However, you also bring 3, 4, 5 other languages, and we're a global company, mostly global companies that we actually work with. We're, working around the world. This is an absolute benefit, and something that, quite frankly, most British people don't bring to the table, unfortunately, myself included. So there we go. There is a reframing, and also the support.
Yeah. And I think from our point of view, we have a lot of discussions with companies as well, at looking at what is really the level of proficiency that people need for a certain open position. And so it's also turning the thing around, what is needed and what can be learned on the way when people are in the company and can practice their language skills in those roles. Then the gentleman here has another question.
Yes, I'm Molai Kagbo, representing the Youth Leadership Board of the Digital Opportunity Trust UK. One of the panelists actually mentioned about the negative connotation about refugees and how to change the stereotyping and public perception about refugees. So I want to know, from the perspective of the organizations working with refugees, how far have they been doing in terms of raising the awareness with regards to the potentials refugees have, and how they can be harnessed through different employers. So what are the awareness raising skills have you used in terms of ensuring that refugees are actually seen as people with great potentials? Thank you.
Thank you. That was myself, and the way we've managed to do it in the Philips UK team is really just to have the education pieces first, starting with the workshops from the Refugee Council, and then partnering with the local council and the job centre to actually offer our employability courses, and that really just it means that people are meeting face to face rather than just reading about it or hearing about it in the news. They're actually seeing firsthand, and that realisation, then they come back into the business, they talk about it, they go home to their family and their friends and they talk about it, and that's hopefully how we're managing to break down those barriers.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. The lady over there, maybe?
Thank you. My name's Isabel Habib, and I am the co-founder of a new careers hub. My question is around the fact that we have, a huge proportion of people who are still going through the asylum system at the moment in the UK, who are actually prevented from accessing the workforce and actually building up some of those skills. I just wondered what you thought, or if you had any ideas about how, big organisations like perhaps some of yourselves might be able to influence in a positive way to actually utilise or build up skills whilst people are still in this sort of limbo. Thank you.
So firstly, I know I've said this like 5 million times, that we're on a journey as an organisation, so we are trying to input certain methods into our process, but I think one thing we need that will be a future part of our plan is very similar to what we have done in the past with the veteran community. So when people are resettling into the civilian life, is offering them mentorship from our organisation to really help develop those types of skills. And I was discussing this with someone the other day, that it's about giving people also the business skills, so understanding if they want to go into a management role, what skills they need as a manager, what skills they need to know about finance, what skills they need to know about commercial astutness or whatever that means. But it's just, I think what we want to do in the future is to give people those tools, but also have, as Hayley said, a physical presence of someone who can advise and be that person to just ask the question of, how do I do this?
Okay, thank you all. We need to close this conversation. So I again want to thank all the speakers. Thank you so much for these wonderful contributions, but also the audience for brilliant questions this time. I think it's been a meaningful discussion, and I really hope this has inspired all of you and that we're all taking away something from this. We know at the 10 Partnership for Refugees that there is this great momentum. So many companies are eager to step up and take their responsibility. We work across 12 markets. It's never enough, so we are encouraging more and more companies to pick up this work and start these conversations. Next week here in the UK, we'll be officially launching Tent UK, a new coalition of a dozen of major companies in the UK that are all committed to support refugees into employment. So if there are representatives here from the private sector that want to get involved, so come and speak to us, and also meet our UK Tent director, Jen Stobart, who's present here as well. But again, thank you so much for having this opportunity as well to talk about the importance of employment and of economic integration for refugees. I think what we've heard is this triple win. There are benefits of hiring refugees. First of all, for the refugees themselves, but also for businesses and especially for society as a whole as well. So let's all take our role and let's turn responsibility into opportunity. Thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of this summit.
Huge thank you to our amazing speakers and lineup here. We're so grateful for your time and all of your knowledge and expertise. We're now going to have a short coffee break. So please stand up, talk to someone new, talk to our speakers, make a connection. We have teas and coffees on this floor and also on the second floor. And we'll be reconvening in about 15-20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to do a quick sound check here, and then we're going to get started in a few minutes' time. So if you want to think about taking a seat, but just to make you aware, we've got a sound check going.
GCC, GDSM, Orosei, GDCC, se, Jahai, Ligi Simisi, Ligi Menasam, yeah.
Okay, so without further ado, we are now in for a real treat with a bit of a creative interlude before we go to lunch. I'm so excited to share these wonderful performers with you. We are delighted to welcome the Good Chance Theatre with us today. So I'm going to hand over to Dina to give you a bit of an overview of the work that they do and introduce the artists that we have in store.
Thank you, Rosie. Hi, everybody. My name is Dina Musawi. I am the creative producer at Good Chance Theatre. For those of you that don't know Good Chance, we were formed in 2015 when our artistic directors Joe Murphy and Joe Robertson went to the jungle refugee camp in Calais, and they built a dome there because they believe that freedom of expression is a human right, and that has sort of dictated all of our work from 2015 to the present day. And so we built this dome. We led workshops in there. We led poetry, painting, dance, yoga, martial art, and they were sometimes led by the residents in the jungle. And we've then gone on to produce professional productions like our play, The Jungle, which was all based on life in the camp, and lots of community projects as well, bringing artists together from around the world. And that is what we do. We collaborate and work with artists to create work. I've got to keep it brief. So I'm going to introduce a poet who we worked with on one of our poetry and performance projects called Change the Word. This is Lester Gomez, who was born in Nicaragua but grew up in Costa Rica and is a writer in exile here in the UK. Thank you, Lester.
It's still morning. Yes? Yes. Good morning then. Thank you, good chance for inviting me. When I first stepped into the room, I saw you guys, and I had this impression that you are a different audience. I don't know if you were coming for poetry, but you will get some. Yeah, somehow, you have to know. You look like an intimidating audience, but it is okay. I have faced worse. That's a joke. All right. Just give me a chance. I would like to share with you, I think, 4 pieces. They are short, so don't worry about the time. Just, I would like, for the first one, for you to keep in mind 2 words that you will hear during the sharing of the poem. One of these words is sensantle. I'll repeat, sensantle. And the other word is jiwiro. They are names for a bird in Central America. So it explains something. Sensantlen is the name that Nicaraguans give to this bird. The same bird in Costa Rica next door is called jiwiro, and for them it's a national bird. It looks pretty much like the female blackbird, a bit brown, and it sings incredibly nice. The second thing is that you will hear this, cross the line. But the definition of this, according to the dictionary, is to start to behave in a way that is not socially acceptable, supposedly. I like the line, by the way. So, first poem. The first time I cross a line. The first time I crossed a line, it was on foot. I didn't know it was a border I was crossing. I didn't know the other side belonged to someone. My mother was with me, holding my hand, so I didn't feel alone. The sensantle there is given another name. As soon as it flies over, jiwiro, they say, or national bird. To me, it is the bird that brings the rain, singing with its 400 voices. The second time I crossed the border, I did it like the sensantle would do, by air, losing a feather from time to time, perching in airports, paying the price of having to leave a life behind. And that's the way I have gone, here and there, and always ready to fly and cross more lines. Thank you. Thank you. My mother came to visit me. She left last week with my oldest nieces, and it was 7 years since I haven't seen her. You know, that was nice. And everything was new to her, and she reminds me of when I first came to this country 10 years ago, 2014. So this is still February, and for me it's a month of celebration. It's a decade. Second thing I wanted to share in regard to this point is the sea turtles. In British Sign Language, you can do it if you want. If you put your hands like this and move your thumbs like this means sea turtle, right? And I like this. I work at the school, so we use this kind of sign language to support the kids with communication. So keep that in mind. By the way, this is crab, yeah. So keep that in mind as well. So this poem is called Shell. One day, my nest started to feel small, compressive, limited. After the hermit crab, I am the luckiest creature in the ocean. No offense to anybody else. I am homeless from birth. No land could claim ownership of me. The ground that held my feet became loose, sun and sea charging towards each other. While they wrestled, I looked, I took a wave and traveled the salty road. It's taken me many tides to reach shore. I'm not used to traveling light. But now, on the other side of the Atlantic, the shore where I stand interrogates me. For how long are you planning to stay in the country? Never mind. Upon my shoulders, I carry a shell the size of all seas combined. Thank you. I have a question, it's a quick one. Are you scared of pigeons? Those that laugh probably, yes. I feel a huge respect for these birds, personally. But I have noticed something. Everywhere you find pigeons, people don't like them, most people. You know, all these references about pigeons, pests, and all of that. In regard to pigeons, in my view, there is this word and this question. What is it that can kill hope? Supposedly nothing. This is called a pigeon's reflection on hope. Hope. What is it? Is it good news? An olive branch? Is it the place to land? What shape does hope take? Does hope have wings? Is it every dawn in my eyes? Is hope something I need, something I want? Is it the impulse to fight or the need to live? How does hope make a living? If there is nothing on the table, would hope it left over on the ground? Is hope a gap under the bridge beside the spikes where to roost? Is hope a hunter in my dreams, or a tree, its branches, its leaf as shelter? Hope, is it the rain? Is it the puddle, the water to quench my thirst? Hope, is it my feathers? What is it? Is it me? Thank you. And the last one. If you see my eyes, I'm not faking it. they get like this. And it's a dialogue for me again with these pieces. Have you ever heard about people, or have you ever seen people that clap when a plane lands? I found it a bit weird, different. And I tried to understand, because I tried sometimes to put myself in other people's shoes to see from a different perspective. So I give it an opportunity, and I thought, okay, why are they clapping? I just felt the sense of gratitude to land safe. Not everybody in the world can say. So I'm going back to my country on a plane and land safe. Not because turbulence. You know what I mean, probably. So it happens to me that it touched me once. So I wrote these pieces. And in regard to this piece, I may say, this poem wasn't inspired by the muses. This poem was not inspired by tough experiences either. This poem was not inspired by my anger. It was not inspired by injustice from the orchestrators of war. To be honest, in my view, this poem was inspired by my appreciation of a plane landing, a plane I was flying on back to my second country, Costa Rica. In other words, this poem was inspired by my heart beating happily for the opportunity to be back, safe. And it's very short, and it says something like, clapping hands. The time will come when you will have to leave. Believe me, leave all the anger, the resentment. It will not be an end, but a start of carrying less. You will declare this. Having to leave where one comes from is learning to live where one goes to. Once in a lifetime, your heart will beat like clapping hands, happy to be back. Your heart will find itself uncovered, sensitive, flexible, and your hands will join it, clapping, happy to be back. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all from me. I heard there is a musician coming. Come on. Thank you.
Is my mic on? Thank you so much, Lester. I'm a big fan of his work. Beautifully written and beautifully read. Thank you. We now have some music. Abdoulaye Sam is a musician from Senegal, and he will be coming up to do some of his music. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dina, for having me. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Abdoulaye Samb from Senegal. I'm here today to share with you with my music. It's coming from the traditional from Senegal, and I hope you will like it. The first song when I play for you is Africa United. Man suma sañoon ma man mi suma sañoon réewum Afrika billaay suma sañoon man mi suma sañoon suma amoon li ma gënal man réewum Sénégal man suma sañoon billaay suma amoon réewum Afrika benn nit a koy jiite ñu boole sunu xalaat yi boole sunu doole ya aduna ko melel jiri dunia ko mere mere ay bandam armi halat mo armi mi jondom do dum ko nyumme nder Afrika wallahi yurmini moy timpadama notom ti hafilti hoyane bale mama wikam o sini jola mami laude jola sini jola mami laude jola jarama Papa Nelson Mandela ñaar fukki at juróom ñaar xeex na Congo sigil dër bu ñuul waaw waaw Nelson Mandela sigil na Afrika waaw waaw Thomas Sankara sigil na Afrika waaw waaw Patrice Lumumba sigil na Afrika waaw waaw Thomas Sankara sigil na Afrika Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna play the next song. It's gonna be the last song because for the timing. It is okay. The next song is called Khale. Khale is mean children. In my language, they say Khale. They need protect. This song talk about this. soo juree xale yi danga war a seet la la war ca ñoom nga def ko soo juree xale yi danga war a xool la la war ca ñoom nga def ko su la yàlla may xale bi danga war a xool la la war ca ñoom nga def ko soo defee la la war am nga jaaraama soo deful la la war mën nga ko rëccu waaw xale bi soli sagar yaa ko ngénte woon xale bi taxawaalu yaa ko ngénte woon xale bu juddoo mel na la neexul ba yow yaa ko def ci moom mi kon xaleel yaa yaakaaru réew mi ci xale yaakaaru askan wi yaa yaakaaru réew mi xale bi yaakaaru askan wi yéen xale yi fonk leen waajur ya ndax waajur duma raam xale bi fonk leen seen yaay la 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 yaa yaakaaru réew mi ci xale yaakaaru askan wi balaa sama xol bi gën a jee xale yi di taxawaalu ci mbedd mi oto yi di fel xale yi waaw 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 all the time I remember I have been a child and remember wow 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 we've all been a child once. When I was a child, my parents look after me, wow, 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 and they care for me, wow, 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 all the time. I am calling all parents to look after your loved ones. Xale bi lay la 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 la. Okay, are you okay? Okay, let's make some noise. La 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 la. Your turn. 1, 2, 3. La 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 la. My turn. La 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 la. Come on. Keep going. Wow wow la 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 yéen xale yi fonk leen waajur ya la 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 yéen xale yi dimbali leen waajur ya la 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 yéen waajur yi dimbali leen dara ya la 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 yéen waa nguur gi dimbali leen dara yi la 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 wow 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 la 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 la. Thank you. Thank you. Man wuy na xale yi Ang xale bi wo 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 boy ya yaakaaru réew mi waaw 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 yéen xale yi fonk leen waajur ya ndax waajur du morom ang xale bi fonk leen seen ya la 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 la. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You have a lovely voice. Thank you. Merci.
Talk about stealing the show, really. That was just absolutely unbelievable. Thank you so much to Abdullah, and thank you so much to Leicester and the Good Chance Theatre for the amazing work they do. Yeah, my heart is filled with joy. So please, on that note, please go and enjoy lunch. You have now time again to talk to each other, connect with someone new this time, and we will see you back here at about 1:30. Okay, welcome back everyone. If I could ask you to take your seats, we're going to get going with the next discussion. We need plenty of time. So without further ado, I am thrilled to bring on stage the next lineup of speakers. This conversation is going to be focused on entrepreneurship, and I'm delighted with who we have on stage today. And I'm thrilled to bring up Dr. Michelle Ritchie, who is going to introduce the rest of our speakers. Thank you, Michelle.
Hello, everyone. Are our mics on? Yes. I can understand what you mean now about looking into the lights. So bear with me if I look slightly past you when it comes to the conversation segment. It's nothing personal. Well, we just want to start by thanking our friends at the Human Safety Net who've convened us today, and for the team at the Conduit, just for this exceptional event so far. The conversations have been really inspiring. The panel was really excellent, and we're going to pick up on some of those themes. First of all, I'm going to introduce my very capable panel. To my left, we have Layla Majid. She is the founder of skincare brand Gelgoozy. Have I said that right, Layla? Gelgoozy, I'm sorry. Which is on a mission to provide natural and organic skincare products for individuals with dermatological conditions. And it's based on her own struggles and with skin conditions when she first arrived in the UK 8 years ago. And alongside her business, Layla has a master's degree in finance and financial law and a first-class degree in computer science. In the middle, we have Charlie Fraser. Charlie is the co-founder and partnerships director at Turn, the entrepreneurial refugee network, an ambitious social enterprise with a mission to enable refugees to thrive through the power of their own ideas, a phrase which I find myself borrowing and using very often, Charlie. Since 2017, they've worked with close to 600 refugees in the UK and helped train other providers in expanding refugee entrepreneurship programs in 6 countries. Charlie also works as a trustee for the Refugee Employment Network. Yes, there are a lot of crossovers, and a charity aiming to expand access to fair work for refugees across the UK. And then on the far end of the stage, we have Shania Ferdinand, who is Enterprise and Community Strategy Director at NatWest Group. Shania has worked in banking for over a decade, devising and managing customer-focused inclusion activities and advocating inclusive entrepreneurship support. She's passionate about inclusion and empowering those who are underrepresented in their industries. Shania led a program to accelerate multi-ethnic owned businesses, which was highly commended at the 2019 European Diversity Awards. Well done, Shania. And won the Supplier Diversity Programme of the Year at the 2022 British Diversity Awards. Most recently, she was awarded Employee of the Year at the Multicultural Business and Community Champion Awards in 2022. So we have probably no panel more representative and capable of the topic that we're going to be talking about today. I guess I should include a little introduction to myself. My name is Michelle Ritchie. I'm based at Loughborough University, but also represent the Refugee Entrepreneurship Network, which coordinates and collaborates the efforts of actors supporting refugee entrepreneurship in over 28 countries, and trying to keep the momentum of that going throughout the year. So I want to start by just giving you a little brief primer and qualify what we mean, because we all think of different things when we talk about entrepreneurship. You might think of high risk, high growth business opportunities, that the kind that we see in the media. Otherwise, you might be thinking in the context of sudden unplanned moves, maybe there's a lot of necessity. So maybe we're thinking about informal marketplaces, the kind that are maybe offer slightly less attractive opportunities, maybe expose people to exploitation and not very good opportunities for making a livelihood. Well, where I want you to think is kind of a middle ground, right? So entrepreneurship, in the way that we treat it in this network, is very much about opportunity and autonomy. In fact, I wanted to borrow Lester's line from his poem. He said, "How does hope make a living?" I really loved that line in your poem, if you're still here, Lester. Oftentimes when we meet people and they are experiencing unemployment or underemployment, they've lost a lot of hope. And through the kind of business support activities that you're going to hear about today, they begin to see there's a glimmer of hope that entrepreneurship doesn't just have to be about high growth, high risk ventures, but it can also be about leveraging your skills, leveraging opportunities, building new networks, creating a livelihood or a side hustle or just a form of self-expression, and thereby creating some more hope. It's very much anchored to the idea that in the development space, we want to not only provide emergency support, but in the longer term, give people a chance to rebuild their lives with dignity and leverage the kind of skills, natural talents and aspirations that are there in groups and communities on the move. So I want to start by coming to you, Layla, if I can. Can you give us a little bit of background into why entrepreneurship particularly appealed to you as an option, an opportunity? Should be on.
Hi everyone, my name is Layla. I'm originally from Afghanistan. I came in 2014 to the UK. As Michelle said, I did my bachelor, my master's here, thanks to many organizations that are out there that are supporting asylum seekers and refugees with their education. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but when I came, there were very few of them, but now there are many universities that does that. So even though I was asylum seeker, I did my education here, which was really nice. I currently work as a finance assistant. That's why I was late and I'm sweating. The trains were delayed, not my fault. But I started my entrepreneurship journey because honestly, when I was back home in Afghanistan, I never thought of becoming an entrepreneur or a businesswoman. But this was something that I always, loved to see in television or anywhere else. I came from a very strict family, so it wasn't a thing back home. But when I came here, I got really great support from my parents, and I was able to start that because I wanted stability, I wanted independence, I wanted to do something for myself, but also for so many women out there, because there is a way. So I always keep thinking how I can support so many women out there that, come back from home and, they don't have the opportunity. And I think if I'm not stable, I can't do that. That's why I wanted to be stable to, support them. And I started a skincare brand because I actually struggled a lot with my skin condition when I came to the UK. And recently there are many nice skincare brands that does organic and, consider the people with skin condition. Back then there was hardly anything like that existed, so I just wanted to support those people with skin condition.
Thank you, Layla. I think hearing from an entrepreneur really brings some of the motivations for entrepreneurship to life. It's not always about just the livelihood, it's about all of the other problems you face, your community as well, and solving problems for more than just yourself. So thank you for that. Charlie, can I come to you? I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the kind of active ingredients that you use to support entrepreneurs. And today we've got a little bit of a focus on how the economic side of things and providing access to finance. So what are the things that you see that make a difference, and why in particular is access to capital so important?
Thanks, Michelle. Great to be with you all today. I've been working on refugee entrepreneurship for 8 years in the UK. And when we set out to create pathways towards self-employment for refugees, we always talked about 3 main ingredients that we needed for success. And it was access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to finance. And really for the first 5 years, we were obsessed with the first 2 areas. How can we leverage our access to opportunity and our access to networks to really create pathways into the UK startup scene? Which was very big on buzzwords about inclusion and very bad on actual access for refugees. To put that in context, we work with a community where 75% of the entrepreneurs have started businesses outside of the UK, less than 10% are actively trading when they apply to turn. And a huge part of that is they have almost no access to mainstream business support. So we spent the first 5 years really trying to build out those pathways. And what we've started to see in the last 2 or 3 years is that as our community has scaled and grown and strengthened, access to credit has probably become the biggest barrier to growth. What we see is at pretty much every step of the access to capital journey, refugees are excluded from access to the money they need to succeed. And it starts with personal banking, and it runs all the way through to every form of capital you can imagine. So not only are we working with a community that is struggling to have a level playing field when it comes to opportunity, they're also held back from the capital they need to succeed and scale. And what we've come towards as a solution and as a conclusion is that the systemic issues that create that problem are actually too significant for the sector itself to solve, and what we need is specialist solutions that create gateways into these markets, which we think is quite a condemning state of affairs on access to capital in the UK, that to actually try and create pathways for refugees to succeed, we need specialist provision to overcome the barriers that institutions are creating for this community, and look forward to going into a bit more detail on what those are.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. I mean, to put that experience in the UK into context as well, last year the Refugee Entrepreneurship Network surveyed support services like this at 75 support initiatives around the world, and we found that only 6.5 of them could include access to finance as part of their provision and offering. So it's a barrier everywhere, a systemic barrier everywhere, and creates really big issues for the resource base available to people, and issues then with the survivability of some of the businesses. So really providing access to finance we see as a really key step in de-risking this space for this community. And Shania, can I come to you? Perhaps we can bring some of these issues to light in terms of what NatWest is doing. What is NatWest doing particularly to support this community and these kinds of initiatives?
Hi, thank you, Michelle, and hi, everyone. So I guess just to give a bit of context for the part of the bank that I work in, so I work within an area called Enterprise, and that's really focused on providing more wraparound support, as well as trying to link entrepreneurs to, I guess, the funding and finance support that we offer. And just to pick up on what you talked about, Charlie, with regards to the 3 areas, as part of that, we have an accelerator program, which is really about bringing entrepreneurs in, helping them to create an ecosystem, linking them into other sources of support, so not just ourselves, actually creating a community with other institutions, other grassroots organisations, and being able to link them into the funding that we offer, but also looking at what are those wider pathways, whether that be investment, whether that be grant funding, apologies. Oh, and as part of that, education. Sorry, I was trying to remember the third thing you said. So education is a big part of that support that we offer. And I guess to be completely honest and frank, we know that there are barriers to access to finance for a lot of communities, particularly those with refugee status. And I think one of the key things that we're really looking at or can be better at is, well, a couple of things. One is around the engagement piece. So how are we making sure that the support that we provide, we're actually getting out and working with those communities, but equally understanding what support is needed. So working with partners that, whether they have done research or have access to those communities, to make sure that we're understanding those and trying to co-create better solutions. But I think really, really key for us is the partnership piece. So we work with and have worked with different partners in different areas, particularly those that work with refugee entrepreneurs like Ashley ACH, Asadakat Community Finance. I don't know if those will have come up earlier today, but starting to forge partnerships helps us with that engagement piece. But we know that there is way more that we need to do and more that we need to focus on going forwards.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if we can come back to you, because you're deeply rooted within these communities as well. What's been your experience of accessing finance for your business? What kind of finance have you been able to get access to so far, if you can share that? And what kind of difference has that made for you and your business, Layla?
Sure. So I didn't even say where I started my business journey. It was with Turn, with Charlie and Fred, and it was a really great experience because we got the support that we needed it to start up, and the brainstorming, the whole idea, because it's not just about starting a business. Some people come with idea, but many people don't know what they want to create. So Turn give them an opportunity to really brainstorm the ideas they have so they can pick the best one that they want to continue. But as we were going forward with everything, like, register the business, created idea and stuff, everything needs money and capital. And that was the biggest challenge that we faced. I think I was one of the very luckiest people to actually get to a stage where I actually applied for a loan, which was a grant loan. I have to pay in installment. I'm still in the payment. It was for a very small amount, under £10,000. But the struggle was real. It took us 1 year, me and Charlie, to overcome that. Even though the amount was for 5 to 7,000, we had to go through so many things to get that amount, and at the end we had to really force them to pay us because we said we did everything, now you have to give us money, we are not going to do anymore. I feel like, and I do understand, honestly I understand all the banks and all the communities and people out there that want to invest. If it was my money, I would be very careful where I'm putting it in. I wouldn't just give it to people because they are refugee or asylum seeker, or they have a great business idea. But what we need is a chance to be really heard like any other person who is heard. I think that's the biggest challenge. I feel like if I get a feedback from an investor or from people who are giving me loan or finance or grant, whatever, it's more valuable for me than saying no without knowing or not having a chance to go there. And there are so many big companies out there that I have been to events where they do say that they do finances and support. And I'm saying this out there because they might not consider that because they are big companies and they might not go that deep into smaller audience. But I feel like the support they offer is very broad. It doesn't make any sense because they want you to have a 5-year of trading already. If I am trading for 5 years, I don't need the money, it makes no sense. I would be earning enough. If my company extends to 5 years, that means I am making money to run the company. So I think things like that are the biggest problem, but I'm still lucky to have that finance, which helped me to launch my first product. It was small capital, so we started with small, which was a great idea to do testing with customers, and I'm getting very good feedback for my product and stuff, and I'm paying every month in the beginning of the month, so that's good. So I still have money in the bank.
Good. It's still going. This is very optimistic.
Yes, but I have to finance myself, so that's why I'm working, because I can't pay. If I am a entrepreneur and a founder of a business, I would expect to be paid from my own business because it is a full-time job for me. So right now I'm doing 2 full-time jobs. Let's see where it goes.
This is why we'll always catch you running in, sweating, looking very busy. It's fine. We totally understand. No, but you bring some of those issues to life really, really well. And Charlie, you've seen this again and again, I think, in your community in different forms. Yep. What kind of solutions to these barriers to finance are you guys working on at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, just to flesh that out, in the community that we work with, which now has just over 400 refugee entrepreneurs in it, 90% are looking actively for finance. So it's a really dominant issue. And yet about 2/3 of the community doesn't even know where to look. So it's not even just the practical access to barriers, access to finance issues that Leila was talking about. It's literally a literacy and knowledge problem, and how can we close that gap? The problems that we're working on, we basically have looked at every segment of finance, and in every segment we've ended up having to create our own thing. So we started with debt. We've ended up having to launch a microfinance loan product at 0 interest to create a gateway to debt financing for refugees. We've been looking at grant capital, which is horrendous for diversity and inclusion issues, particularly for social entrepreneurs. And we're having to look at specialist partnerships to try and create pathways for refugee entrepreneurs to create solutions for their own communities. The irony that grant capital is the hardest for social founders is not lost on me. And then in the third area, which is really venture capital and investment for those that are looking to scale and bring ambition to large-scale problems out of the refugee community, we're actually launching a venture fund that's specifically looking to invest into refugee-led businesses. So it's a £10 million fund that will invest over 3 years. It's only a very specific segment. The diversity of capital required to meet the needs of this community is real. But we do feel like venture capital has an opportunity to play and a role to play in catalyzing greater investment into this community. And that really is, for me, is the main stress point for a lot of the topics coming out today. Is it's not really just about access to knowledge and access to networks and access to opportunity. It's really about access to capital. You know, we need more capital in this space. The way that capital is distributed at the moment within refugee inclusion is, in my view, horribly skewed towards solutions that aren't inclusive of refugees and are certainly not refugee-led. And that is a systemic challenge that all of us that are working as practitioners in this space need to encounter and confront and hopefully push for change.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. And tireless work trying to create solutions within your social enterprise as well. Thank you for that. And lest we think that this conversation becomes too UK-centric, these issues are systemic around the world, actually. And we've zoomed in on some social enterprises around the world working at scale. For example, in Kenya, we've got partners there in a social enterprise who are operating at a much bigger scale, given the number of displaced people that are living there. And we find that it's only together, the business support plus finance, that people really secure either stable livelihoods if they're a small business or business growth. One without the other does not work as well, and that's why we kind of calling for both and treating them both as active ingredients. They kind of complement and secure each other, in that the business support allows the businesses to use the funding as well as they can and to access the funding, and then the funding allows the resources to come into the business to kind of action the advice that they're getting. Shania, back to you, please. So looking at across the industry then, what kind of challenges does the industry have to face in order to overcome some of these barriers and challenges for refugee communities?
So I guess across the industry, there are a few, quite a few challenges. I think in the initial stages, it's particularly for debt lenders, we are highly regulated. So there are already, I guess, a number of restrictions placed on us in terms of what we're able to do when we're looking at even just onboarding customers, as you mentioned earlier. And so looking through even the sort of identification process, that can throw up challenges, obviously, for people who are newly have come to the country. And we have in the past looked at personal accounts for refugee communities and helping them to get access to accounts, albeit those accounts tend to be our foundation accounts. So I know that they in themselves have limitations, but a conversation that I am actually starting to have from a business perspective is what can we learn from that to at least be able to start doing that in the business space, that we can at least get accounts open for some entrepreneurs so they can start thinking about trading. So that's one solution we're thinking about. I guess the other areas where there are restrictions is, as I mentioned earlier, that the whole thing around engagement and actually being embedded in communities. We know that there are a number of people through a whole host of reasons, mainly historical and systemic, won't even approach a bank because they don't see banks as helpful, they don't see them as trustworthy, and I completely understand that sentiment. So one of the things that we need to get better at, but also are trying to do at NatWest, is we hold what we call cultural literacy sessions, particularly with our customer-facing colleagues. So speaking to those who don't necessarily, or aiming to focus on those who don't necessarily come from some of these communities that we know are underrepresented, to just help them to think differently and understand why sometimes there are these challenges around people even wanting to walk into the bank, even wanting to speak to someone, feeling as though they won't be understood, feeling as though they won't be heard. So trying to help our colleagues to have better engagement with communities is another area we're thinking about, but we know that's a piece that works. And then around the access to finance piece, as I think I mentioned earlier, that is something that is definitely a key issue for a whole host of people, particularly when you look at it from a socio-economic perspective. And we need to be more innovative and look at what are there other solutions. ultimately we are a bank, and obviously we have certain parameters we have to work in from a debt perspective, but we have done some initiatives in the past, and this is something I keep trying to say we can do more of, where, so for instance, we have a charity called Social and Community Capital. It's an independent charity but very supported by the bank, and they during COVID did some COVID grant funds, and I know that one of those grants in particular went to an organisation called Breadwinners, who was started by a refugee entrepreneur, and being able to support that way. We have examples of entrepreneurs who have refugee status, who have joined our accelerator programme and have had access to that education, have been introduced to investors, have been connected to those where they can get accreditation, and ultimately their businesses have thrived through that. But what we need to do as an organisation is do more of that and make sure that we are ultimately working to ensure we're trying to focus on collaborating with communities. And I think that's where the partnership piece can really show that strength. So in Wales, the Sadakat Community Finance, who I mentioned earlier, we've also over the past few years, we've worked with them to provide grant funding to some of the businesses that they support. But as I said, more than aware that we have these good news stories, but we can do so much more, and we can make sure that we're having real impact with these communities by working with more partners in these areas.
Yeah, thank you. That's really interesting to hear some of the things that have worked and things on the horizon. And Layla, looking forward to the future, now that you've got your... Give us a vision for where you're going. What now that you've got your market test done, you've accessed your initial kind of source of finance, what are the goals and ambitions for you? What kind of opportunities has starting a business opened for you? Where do you hope it will go?
That's a very...
It's big, isn't it? Sorry.
Big question. I would say that... So we got a lot of feedback from our, because we did some marketing plays with Turn, with Ben & Jerry. I went to a lot of marketplace during summer and all of that to test with customers in person, but also we did a lot of online marketing as well, organic marketing, and it actually gave us a positive hope. So a lot of people are loving our products. We are actually made so many changes compared to what we thought would be, like, who is more interested in our product, who it supports and help more. And it's really great to hear that every time when I receive a message like that or a review, I'm really happy. So it brings more confidence in me to think that, it is actually working. It's something needed. It's not just me imagining that, it's needed and required, but actually it is. So now I'm thinking big. The aim is to, reach more people and more audience. It's not just about providing them with the skincare product, because I'm 100% sure there are billions of them out there. It's more about the educational side. I feel like the whole social media, the trend and things really confusing people, 7-8 steps of skincare routine and things like that. I think minimalism is something we want to bring for the environmental good, but also for people's skin and their own good. So that's the aim. So my first product as well, it only have like 8 ingredients because we wanted to keep it to minimum, something that, we are not exaggerating with the ingredients and stuff. So that requires capital, of course, to reach more people, to do more research, to base a proper manufacturing here in the UK, and to launch more product. So that's what the aim is, that, we can find someone, grab someone, and just like take the money out. I would say in a simple language. Rob them.
Charlie didn't teach her that. That's not from Charlie.
But the vision is to actually be a brand that actually people trust and value, but also the biggest aim is to really hire. I really want to look forward to a day where we can actually make a hire for people who are refugee background. I don't know every refugee background people, because everyone comes from a very totally different environment. I experienced that in turn. But from Afghanistan, a lot of women that come here, most of them are married, or when they come here, they don't see the education pathway or entrepreneurship, and they don't get anywhere in their life. And they have children, or they become a housewife. I just want to give them an opportunity that, with flexibility, with, working hours, kind of flexibility and things like that. So we can train them, but also give them a job. So I would love to see them working for themselves and, standing for themselves like I did. That's the vision.
Thank you. I'm always so impressed in the refugee entrepreneurship community that when you ask people what success looks like for them or what the vision for the future is, yes, of course, people are excited to make a living, excited to make money. Some people actually would always be an entrepreneur wherever they lived and might say, oh yeah, I want to grow a massive business that turns over XYZ amount of money. But oftentimes you hear people with very different versions of success, like I want to employ other refugees, or I want to just have a platform for my activist message, or I want to create employment opportunities for women or support children. There's often a pro-social message, and I think it behooves us as a business community to really understand what successful outcomes look like for this community, and it's about much more than revenue generation. I think we can value that and recognise that a lot more. Charlie, a big part of your push as a social enterprise is systemic change, right? So what kind of systemic changes do we need to see so that this is open not just to exceptional individuals who would be entrepreneurs no matter where they go, but to a broad population, make it doable for much, much more people, many more people?
Yeah, it's the question, isn't it, really? For me, I think the start point would be I'd love to change how we have a lot of conversations about how we build solutions for refugee populations and start really focusing on how can we build intergenerational wealth for refugee communities so that they can build their own solutions. I think if we just literally change the conversation away from when you're in a room with a change maker or with grant makers or funders, rather than trying to solutionize, we start to think about how can we build wealth for these communities, because I promise you, if you build wealth for these communities, they will build their own solutions. We don't need to do it for them. And at the moment, we're still trapped in a bit of a patronizing loop on that front. So systemically, that's where I would start. And then I think I would want to start to look at how can we recognize that we're creating a system that restricts opportunity for individuals. So if we can switch how we start to build intergenerational wealth, maybe we can start to recognize that the policies that we're creating as individual nations are restricting people's abilities to build livelihoods. And my hunch, my guess, is that actually if we start by funding these communities effectively, the policies that we're creating that are restricting their rights and restricting their abilities to build livelihoods will be directly challenged more effectively. As somebody who's not from a refugee background, but has been a sort of a leader of a kind in this space for 7 years, I recognize that we've really failed in our duty to promote inclusive policies for refugees. I don't think it's directly correlated, but refugee rights in the UK and much of Europe and in North America have gone backwards since I've been working on this issue. I don't think it's my fault, but I certainly haven't helped. And I can't see how putting financial and decision-making capital into the hands of the community itself, they can do any worse than we've done in the last 7 years. And so for me, that's how I think about it systemically, is rather than saying we've got these policies that we want to challenge, how can we go about challenging them and improving livelihoods for refugees? Why don't we just say, actually, how can we get capital into refugee communities and see if they can maybe build the systems that are more inclusive for their own livelihoods? How do we do that practically? Well, for me, we need financial products that are targeting them specifically. Not saying that we're inclusive of them, not saying that, well, if you're a refugee, come find us, we're gonna definitely give you a bank account. Actually say, this product is for you, it's got decision makers that are from a refugee background, and we have created return expectations that are in line with the realities of your livelihood. And we have many ideas about what those products should look like. Not just ideas, we've also tested them, and we know you can make a financial return from them. So from my perspective, there's really no excuse that we don't do a better job in the next 5 years.
Thank you. And if you can't find it, build it right, Charlie. And I was actually sitting on a panel listening to pitches from female entrepreneurs up in Yorkshire over the weekend who are pitching for funding from Skylight Ventures, which the Turn team founded. So thank you. And Shania, to come to you, this kind of systemic change can't rest on one organisation, one community. What kind of collaborations and partnerships do you think we need to build? And what have you seen working?
I guess in terms of, you're absolutely right. And I think one of the key things for us is that it can't just be one institution or one organisation. There really does need to be that collaborative focus, and it needs to almost go from the entrepreneurs themselves, through to the organisations, through to the funders, through to the policymakers, all coming together to work on solutions and to test and make sure that they're working. And I agree with Charlie. I think that a lot of these things are systemic and unfortunately won't be undone overnight. But I think the first stage is at least understanding what are the issues and what are some of the solutions. So for me personally, I would love to talk to you, Charlie, and you, Layla, afterwards, just to hear some of your ideas. But I guess in terms of collaborations that we've done, a lot of them have been, as I said, partnerships that are embedded in communities. So probably more with those grassroots partnerships where we've been able to provide some funding that has then been disseminated by those partners themselves, because they understand the issues, they understand better how the money can be, I guess, provided in less restrictive terms than we ourselves can give. And so being able to do more of that will really help. But ultimately, I do think that some of our systems need to be long-term, really do need to be redesigned to, as you say, be tailored towards communities to make sure that they are really impacting and helping the communities that they're targeted at.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
And just a very specific request is, if you're a debt funder, don't put a restriction around visas into your loan products. We have a product in the UK called Startup Loans, where you have to repay a debt, any debt financing, 6 months before the end of a visa. If you do that, that immediately excludes the majority of the refugee population. The majority of refugee communities are on restricted time visas, but often they get extended and renewed. And if you put a time-bound criteria into a debt product that then actually isn't inclusive or explicitly for refugees, you immediately exclude the entire population. So if you are a debt funder, a specific request to not do stuff like that.
Finally then, just to kind of close our round of conversation and then open up to questions, I'll ask each of you in turn the same question. How do you feel that refugee entrepreneurship support and loans opens up choices for business owners and entrepreneurs rather than restricting them and closing them down? How does it give you more choice rather than tying you into a pathway where you're going to start a business and have to go in this direction? Maybe I can start with Charlie whilst it puts you on the spot there, an unplanned question. But the theme of the panel is autonomous, right? Economic autonomy. So the person that I always think of is an entrepreneur we both know well, who's been in the network for a number of years now, who came from Syria, who didn't see herself as a business owner at all, who actually resisted being a business owner but didn't want to go to the job centre, and said, okay, well, I'll learn about using my own ideas, whatever you want to call it, but then realised that her business could be a platform for the activist message. She's an architect and an activist. Used a supper club event to create some funds for herself and to get her message out. The platform gave her the opportunity to address some MPs and to take some direct action that she wanted to take in Syria to support some children in getting them out of a besieged area. So there was a direct non-business consequence of her business that suddenly made her realise business can be a platform for the kind of life I want to live, the kind of work I want to do. It opened up her choices. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on opening up choice through business in this space. I put them on the spot here, guys, so they may hate me for this.
No. I mean, I think one of the great joys of working in entrepreneurship is I think a lot of people think that entrepreneurship is quite exclusive. I'm always surprised by how many people don't think they're entrepreneurs, when the reality is that if you have a problem that you care about and you want to solve it, you are an entrepreneur. And we happen to work with a community that is experiencing some of the most difficult challenges in the world. It always amazes me that whenever there is a natural disaster or any form of conflict, this community is in some way impacted. And for me, entrepreneurship is really fundamentally about allowing people who care about their communities and their problems that they're facing and creating pathways for them to drive that change. And that is incredibly energizing. And I think it creates opportunities for a world that hopefully is designed more by the people who are experiencing frontline issues, less by those that have created them in the first place. And I really hope that in 5 years' time, it's not me speaking here, but more people like Layla. The irony, of course, of my entrepreneurship journey is I worked for free for 2 years to start Turn, because I grew up in London and I could afford to take that risk. And And I would love to be part of an ecosystem that in 10 years' time, 10 years of effort, allows people who don't have that privilege to start organizations like Turn. And that really is the dream.
Any final thoughts from you, Shania?
I guess just coming back to the opening up opportunities piece that you talked about. So I have had the privilege of working with Aston University's Centre for Research in Ethnic Minority Entrepreneurship. Sorry, I always say it in full, but they're known as CREM. And on a piece of research around ethnic minority entrepreneurship in particular. And one of the key findings was that entrepreneurs from diverse backgrounds, particularly ethnically diverse, tend to open organisations to benefit their community, as you mentioned, Layla, or to solve problems that aren't being solved by the mainstream. But the other great things is they also create community hubs, so in spaces where, you know, people don't necessarily feel like there's anywhere for them to go, they then become that kind of community hub for their own community to come together. They also tend to hire more diversely, which then creates, you know, generational wealth for people entering the labour market. So ultimately, entrepreneurship just has so many benefits. It also plugs into the economy, increases the UK's GVA, GDP. So I think it has untold benefits. And if more people who are coming here are starting businesses and creating, you know, better societal and cultural and social impact for their communities, it's only all positive.
Absolutely, amen. Final word goes to you, and I hope you'll finish, Layla, by telling us where we can buy your skincare products, please.
Yeah, they didn't even give me a badge.
Yeah, we were running in here sweating. It's okay.
I think for me, it's, I don't know, I mean, it's general. So let me start from this. When I came here, I actually generally thought that because of the UK and, you know, the diversity and everything and the amount of refugees and asylum seekers here are, many people would know who refugee and asylum seeker is. And to my surprise, not many people know that. I had to hide about me being asylum seeker when I was in uni because a lot of people didn't know that. And they thought about people who are just, you know, with different way, which I don't want to mention it, but it was a bit weird for me. And till this day, even though I have been here for 10 years, I still see people talking in the events about who refugees are. I feel like we should like go forward than that and, you know, already know who refugees are and what they do and where they are coming from. But think about more about what they can do and what we can do for them. I think that most of the events I go, I don't learn anything new from it because they just talk about me as a person, and it's a new thing for them, which surprises me because a lot of big companies, they just started finding out who refugees are. And it might sound hilarious, but honestly, this is like, at the beginning, I would get a bit annoyed, but now I'm used to it. So I would say, let's, you know, go forward. And that's the thing. We don't need to categorize them as a separate, you know, oh, minority or refugee support or this support, that support. Why not just take all of us into consideration? If we got the refugee status here, I promise you, we went through hell in here as asylum seeker. You have no idea the amount of pressure and stress that we went through to be here. If we got the refugee status, that means we are qualified to stay in this country. So why not just think about us like any other people who is here and just give us the opportunity similar, so we don't have to create a fund that is separate for refugees or loans that is separate for refugees. Every time I type loan or debt or investors, I always look for refugee words because otherwise it's just, and also there is this category, that weird category where they say minority, what are you as a person? Are you female, male, or something else, or something like that? And it's so weird that it's a mandatory, your ethnicity and stuff. If you are not categorizing me by that, when you are considering me, why are you asking those questions? How does that make a difference in my business journey if I'm who I am or where I'm coming from? So I think things like that, I would love to see a future where nothing like that exists and, you know, we are free to just apply and live like anyone else. Finally, my business.
Please all log on. Very well said.
I'm looking forward to getting a lot of orders. So it's called Jalgouzi. It comes from the name from my country. So I'm born in Paktia, which is a place where you get pines from. I don't know if you guys know, but we are one of the production of pines which China takes and then sell over. I don't know what happens now, but when past. So I'm from that area of the country, and I grew up in around those trees. They are beautiful and they are large and they are in mountains. So I named my brand Jalgouzi because it reminds me of back home. And it's www.jalgouzi.com. You can find the product there.
Thank you, Layla. Perfectly put. Perfectly put. Thank you. And I think you've articulated the hope that we all share, that we can have a much more opportunity-focused view of these businesses and leave those old categorizations behind as something useless and in the past. We hope we've warmed you up to this topic now and at least sold the idea that entrepreneurship is not the exclusive domain of high growth tech founders, but can be useful for everybody. We'd like to open up a dialogue with you now, your questions, but also, please, your suggestions. I've been asked to remind you just, please, to state the question briefly so that we can fit as many in as possible, and I'm going to do my best to see you, which I guess starts here at the front. Would you like to ask the first question, please?
Hello, my name is Basil. Hi, Charlie. I was a candidate of Turn 2 years ago. Now I have my own CIC, and we've been registered for 1 year and 2 months, and we failed to get a bank account at any bank because they don't give CICs. My background is corporate law, securities and banking, and I've been doing working in grants for 10 years. And I fail to understand how CIC is more risk than a limited company. CIC is less risky than a limited company. It has community support. It's recognized by the government. And also I think what you mentioned, Layla, is sometimes the quota systems enforces it weakens groups under the name of supporting them. It keeps them in a separate category. So for me, I get a lot of emails from banks. I mean, I lost a lot of money because my bank account was shut down because I was Syrian, saying I'm under sanctions. And I think everything around refugees is politicized. When I enter the country, I have a passport that says United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, but I can't really, I have to queue with other nationalities. And all of this kind of policy manifestations makes me feel like all I want is not to be a refugee, because I end up going through the negativities of this experience, but not being able to benefit from the support because I'm doing well enough, so I'm not eligible for any kind of support.
Somewhere in the middle ground.
And my question, to you, Shania, is I think for entrepreneurs, the idea of bank accounts, it's not even like getting a loan. We have our own sources. We just need a bank to work with. What is the solution for something like that? And is it a policy? Is it like a problem with policy, or is it something that we can work out by having a conversation with any bank about what we do? Especially we're 4 Syrian founders. You can't get worse than that. 4 Syrian founders, and by the way, you can't have the name Syria in any of your I guess the problem is clear. It's how do you think we can fight this politicization of some refugees who really want to get support to just start? Thank you very much.
Shania, to you. Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, let's connect after, because I will chase it up with my colleagues. Unfortunately, I think when it comes to things obviously like sanctions, it does mean that it's viewed as higher risk and with certain countries, and so it can be more difficult. It's something that, again, I'm trying to have conversations and push internally, because it's very frustrating when you hear stories like this from customers who just want to work with us, but there are restrictions in place against certain countries for certain reasons. And as I said, because as a bank we are highly regulated, there are certain rules we have to follow around that, but I definitely will connect with you after and let me at least go and have conversations and see if there's what we can do or what we can push to do that with you. And at the very least, if we can't do that, there are other areas where we can support, or at least bring you into the ecosystem to be able to support with other things or connect you in with networks, if that's okay.
Perfect. One concrete solution at a solution-focused event. That's great. Can I come over to this side, please? lady with her hand up in the middle.
Hi, my name's Anna from RefuAid. So my question is following on from the gentleman's question in terms of what are those exact restrictions? Because as people with refugee status in the UK, being a Syrian national shouldn't, like, what is the specific restriction around NatWest being able to bank that person or being able to, because as far as we understand it, the problem isn't accounts being closed on the problem of the customer, it's actually the bank making a misjudgment and closing those accounts time and time again. So it would be good to understand kind of from the bank's perspective what those restrictions are and why they're so sporadically implemented.
So I guess there are, when it comes to certain countries that there are sanctions against, there are different rules around where we can support in terms of, I guess, the countries that. So from a bank account perspective, I think there are certain restrictions against the countries that we can work with. And so I can't say specifically that a bank account's closed because it was with this country or that country. But in terms of, I guess, from what I understand, if there are sanctions against a certain country, we have to do extra due diligence. I mean, if there are specific examples, I'd be happy to speak to you about it afterwards. All I can do is give a general view. I'm afraid I can't say it's this or it's that. So I'd be happy to speak to you about specific examples. But from my understanding, when there are certain sanctions against a country, we have to do extra due diligence. And if those businesses may be trading with certain countries, then there may be extra due diligence that we have to do.
Thank you. Any questions over here? Let's come to the other side of the room at the back here.
I'm Jessie from Ben & Jerry's, and Layla and Charlie know me very well. Fantastic panel, so inspiring. Layla, you mentioned a really good point, and I feel like the spirit of this conversation is getting into the limitations and the policies. And Charlie, I loved what you said about the hostile policies and what we need to change. From the session this morning and from this session, we could be all sat here thinking, oh, it's great, if you're a refugee in the UK, you can get a job, you can start a business. But could you just remind us how difficult it is to get refugee status in this country? And if you could change policies, and if you could ask us as a group here to get some policies changed, what would those be?
Oh my God. I should have prepared a list on
Charlie answer first.
Yeah.
You can explain. I can do the policy side of you, but
No, you would be the best.
you can explain. Why don't you just explain the asylum? What was like getting
Just
asylum?
your experience, Layla. How easy or protracted, like long and difficult?
7 years of waiting. Yeah, I don't know. It was a hard journey, but we had so much more to focus on, like our house, our living, our education, everything. We just couldn't focus on, just waiting for the Home Office to make a decision. But we had a lot of problems. Like, for example, when I was in education, they were asking me every month to come for signing. And I didn't have a problem with going there, even though they would make us stand in the rain, in the snow, and everything for hours outside, because apparently there is no place to stand inside the Home Office departments where you go for the signing. But when I asked them that, can you change a date, because I have a university lesson in that time, they were like, you are not allowed to go to university. So they actually caused a problem for me because of that. And after that, I said nothing to them. I decided that, it's better, because they contacted my university and I was banned to come to the university for 3 months. But then we sorted out, the organization who helped me to get the scholarship, they spoke to them and kind of worked out. But the same thing, we were changed to different accommodations a couple of times. So I had to travel 2 hours, 3 hours for my university, things like that. But I think at the end of the day, it's just more about what you want to get, because it's your battle, it's your fight to go ahead and, make a living, because it's not going to cause any problem to the Home Office at the end of the day. It's your life. So we just strive to make it better. And I think we are very proud. My entire family, all my siblings, alhamdulillah, go to university. Right now, we are 5 of them, and we just made our life better. And we are having 3 times of food on our table, which is great. So I think we succeeded against Home Office.
Charlie, do you have any?
Very, very, very quickly on the policy front. I mean, I don't want to be too UK specific, but Lift the Ban is a campaign that has been going on for the entire time we've been around. We need to give asylum seekers the right to work. The illegal immigration bill is, in my view, one of the most regressive restrictions on individual rights that the UK has seen, certainly in the refugee space, in 50 years. We need some way of changing how we have these conversations, because in some ways, when we talk about refugee inclusion, we're making progress. When people have status, and yet when it comes to giving people access to that status, we are retreating from our responsibilities in a way that is alarming to anybody that cares about human dignity. I don't have that much hope for change at the moment. And that's why I think the only thing we can do as people who have a platform is to say, we're going to give platforms to people who have had the experience of these systems to tell you what you're doing is inhumane. Because I do not believe fundamentally that the people that are working in the Home Office are inhumane. I just don't think they understand what weaponizing these narratives is doing to individual lives. And so I hope that if we give platforms to people who've experienced it, we will drive change in the next 5 years. But I'm not hopeful.
Thank you. We've got so many hands now. Thank you both for. Right, where has the microphone actually gone? I'm gonna come across. So let's start here in the middle. Stefano, I see your hand up. Just because you've not got a light in front of you, and then I'll squint and move across.
Hi, thanks. Great panel, of course. I was expecting it. Charlie, to your point about challenges around grant funding and what potentially could hold for both entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship support organizations, could you speak a little bit to the challenges specific you're facing and any possible solution that you have in mind?
I think one of the challenges with grant funding is the proof burden is really high for founders. I mean, we've talked a little bit from Basil about the challenges around getting access to banking, which came back really to KYC questions for individual founders. It's so weird to me that grant funders put even deeper but more informal sort of know your customer questions in place for founders, particularly when they're supposed to be catalytic capital, no return. I don't understand really why grant funders are putting in place questions that really want to deeply challenge theory of change models, cash flow forecasting, board of director questioning, a whole range of challenges, often with really badly designed forms that just create barriers at every step of the application process for anybody that is not first language English, ironically, that isn't used to working in social entrepreneurship within a specific country setting. So that's just some of the barriers. In terms of solutions, I would just like to see grant capital recognize what it is risk bearing. I mean, it should be taking risks. If we can't take risks with grant capital that has no expectation of return, then why do we have it? I mean, that's literally what it's there for. It's there to, in my view, invest in the highest risk propositions that have the greatest possibility of driving change. It's not there to de-risk the process of driving change. And if we change that mindset, then I think you would see a much larger appetite for investing into diverse founders. But again, I think that is maybe a long dream.
We have probably just time for one or two more questions. We've not been to the middle, so I'm going to hop over to the middle if a microphone can get there, and then come to the front. And then we're going to have to carry on questions in the break, I think. Has the microphone gotten to you yet? Here in the middle?
Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Rama. I also come from Syria. I came 3 years ago. I got a scholarship from the British government that recognizes leadership and academic excellence. I did my master's at SOAS in international development. I was filled with hope and joy, and I had so many ideas. I'm so grateful for the openness and for the amazing and rich experience I gained in London. London is my second home only because of the amount of learning I gained from that and the amazing people that were around me. And then I lived in an asylum seekers housing for 1 year, and there I experienced how music is important to aid mental health for refugee children. So I started a CIC where we invest in how we can use music to aid mental health. But then I can relate to Layla when I started this process of entrepreneurship, I realized that the funds that I need to search for is dedicated for refugees. The training, the courses or the training programs, they were focused on refugees, and I felt that I started becoming categorized and kind of stigmatized, and it has like kind of a stigma and a shame to it. And we all know, if you're self-aware enough, and I'm sure all of you are, your mental health comes from your sense of identity, and this is a big problem. And I have a message today that in all of your attempts to try to contribute to solving the problem, we should take into consideration the deeper layer of it, the sense of identity that I hope to see a future, which is hopefully, I'm an optimistic person and I want to see a positive change soon. And I hope to see a paradigm, not a refugee paradigm, but a paradigm, an environment where there is no refugee and a local citizen. There's just people with different backgrounds. I want to shed light to this because I know I have so many ideas and so much energy, but this stigma and this kind of victimhood put me off of continue doing this and working on this CIC. And in order for the sake of mental health, let alone the challenges that all refugees go through, the family reunion thing, the fact that refugees can go back to their home countries unless they have citizenship, it's even a heavier weight on them. So in all of the attempts, I hope in the future and soon, inshallah, we can see a world where we can all help each other as just people from different backgrounds, rich experiences, rather than just helping a refugee, helping a asylum seeker. Yeah, and this is just my message, and maybe, something I just want to shed light on, since I'm sure that this room is filled with decision makers and amazing people and leaders such as Charlie. I am also in contact with Tern, and they've been really, really helpful and amazing.
Thank you for sharing that, and I think we would all applaud you for that. Thank you. We have one last question at the front then. Do we have a microphone at the front? Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on?
It will come on, yeah.
Okay, cool. Hi everyone, I'm Zay. I'm the CEO and founder of an organisation called Displaced. We look at the mental health impact of migration and racialized identity on young people's mental health from diaspora communities. What I wanted to ask is, what are some tangible ways that the services that your organizations provide address the role of identity and mental health within how refugees can actually access the services that you're delivering?
Thank you.
Is it to me? I don't know if you...
It's really for all, and also your suggestions on maybe ways in which...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can go first. I mean, I actually think what Renee's doing on this was really leading in terms of trauma-informed approaches to refugee inclusion. And that's something we certainly take inspiration from, and we want to centre more conclusively. We're very lucky that we have partnerships with 2 mental health providers, so we can provide access to therapy on demand for free for our community, for a variety of different challenges they may face when it comes to mental health. Their own mental health. I think one of the essential characteristics that any good refugee support has to recognize is, even when you're focused on a specific livelihood pathway, in our case entrepreneurship, you're working with individuals that face a whole variety of complex needs. So our service provision will always stay focused on entrepreneurship, but we have to have wraparound support that recognizes that we need entrepreneurs to be able to make progress in other areas, because they are their business. And that includes accommodation, it includes employment, it includes personal finance, but it also includes mental health. We have, as a result, a range of wraparound services focused in that specific area to make progress on that. One of the areas we'd love to strengthen, and maybe we can speak to you about, is peer-to-peer support, because as the agency of our community has increased, I think the ability to provide peer support to other founders going through the same experience is really important. And even within subgroups, so we have a female founders group called Her Turn, we run an LGBTQ+ group called Queer Turn. The experiences of these founder groups is very different, even within the diverse tapestry of the refugee experience. And I think creating peer-to-peer connections between those that have experienced discrimination on multiple levels is really important. So how can we train entrepreneurs to provide peer support to others going through similar challenges would be really important. Leila, do you want to add anything you'd like? What would you like us to do more of?
Definitely, we need mental support. I'm really thankful. I think Turn does a really great job. Like her Turn is a group. Charlie's not in it. You're not right. So it's a really nice group where we can share, like, you know, our experiences. Sometimes people just talk about how busy they are, or if they have like a child or something, and you know why they're taking slow to get some more support. But also they have someone designated that we can contact always in turn to ask for support. I have actually taken that therapy sessions for myself as well, because when I came here, I didn't know what depression, anxiety, and any of those things were. Even if someone would ask me, I wouldn't even know what that means. It took me a very long time to understand what it is and realize, because I think in countries like Afghanistan, it's not a thing, and people don't know what it is. It's like you are every day dealing with it, and so in that case, everyone is in depression back home, you know. So that's why I think it's a common thing back there. I had a good help from it, and I always recommend people to do that, because it really helps me, even if it's just me talking about my business or, you know, my work and stuff. It helps me to see someone is listening to me, someone is really willing to hear me. But I do agree with Charlie that if it's someone coming from the same experience, it makes more sense. I feel like sometimes people get a judgmental effect, not on purpose, but unknowingly, because they don't understand where you are coming from, or, you know, the type of background or what you have been through. So they just start like asking you random questions about what happened. And I'm like, that's not therapy. Now I am more professional and understand what therapy is. But thank you so much for bringing that up. I would love to see that more in the community.
Thank you so much to our panelists today. I hope we've inspired you and maybe changed your mind even a little bit about what refugee entrepreneurship involves, what we hope it can achieve as a mission, as a goal. One of the founding ideas of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations was borrowed recently by one of our friends working at Oxford University. And if you've not read Alexander Bett's book, The Wealth of Refugees, I highly recommend it. And he reminds us that in that original economic text, one of the central premises is that outcomes for everyone improve when we let people pursue opportunities and their own ideas. And oftentimes our refugee sector and, you know, the governance of the sector, the laws, the regulations that prohibit that from happening. And I hope we've just given you some ideas about solutions in the space. One of the key themes for me that I think is important, and I hope if there's any funders in the room, you'll have caught this as well, is that anchor organisations like Turn Social Enterprise, like the community interest companies that Shania works with and the charities, are so key to providing the gamut of support that can really de-risk entrepreneurship for a much broader group and make it viable for them to thrive through the power of their own ideas. I promised I would try and fit that in somewhere. So join me in thanking this panel today, and we look forward to joining you in conversation later.
Huge thank you. I think you can all agree that that was an extremely powerful hour or so. We're going to take a quick breather just for 5 minutes before welcoming our next lot of speakers up. So please feel free to grab a glass of water, but don't go too far because we will be back soon. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, we are ready to get going again. So please take your seats. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We are ready to get going with our final panel of the day. So, as we're on a tight time, I'm going to hand straight over to Renee to introduce our amazing lineup and enjoy the next conversation.
Hi everybody, my name is Renee Mann. I'm the Executive Director of Services at the Refugee Council, and it's my pleasure to be moderating today's panel. And this one is on the topic of the importance of providing the foundations for successful and sustainable integration. And we're going to be really focusing in on the role of education, skills and training in enabling that integration. So before I welcome our brilliant panel, I thought it'd be useful just to kind of set the scene for what we want to focus on today. So we're going to be focusing on how in education and the vital role of integration in enabling people who've experienced forced migration to rebuild their lives in the UK. And this afternoon we want to focus on what those key foundations are that need to be in place to enable people to achieve their aspirations, their goals for themselves in rebuilding their lives here, as we heard very powerfully in the last panel. And as we know, education is a cornerstone for personal and societal development, offering refugees a sense of normalcy, stability amidst change, and equips us all with critical thinking and problem-solving skills, fosters resilience and adaptability. And that vocational training, skill development, and crucially, economically inclusion is fundamental to people being able to rebuild their lives via accessing the workforce and becoming financially independent. So it's really important for us to focus on, this focus on education is really important for our personal growth, our self-sufficiency, and also benefits our communities by filling key skill gaps and promoting diversity and social cohesion. So we want to really focus in on all of those benefits for us all, but critically the key barriers to those pathways for refugees. So I want to focus now on introducing our brilliant panel. Who are first to my left, Mohib Ullah, who is the Director of Strategy at Refugee Aid. And this is a charity that enables people who've gained refugee status in the UK to access employment with the support of their access loans and enable them to resume their professions in the UK. And they also provide access to English language tuition in person and online, enable young people to access further education, amongst many other things. We'll hear more about that in a moment. Holly Simmons is an award-winning female founder dedicated to creating a fairer future for work for refugees and migrants. And Holly's startup, Nia, uses AI and smart technologies to help unconnected people pursue their dream career. And their career management platform connects users to relevant mentors, training, job opportunities, and levelling the playing field for refugees around the world. And finally, Humair Navki, or Hugh, is the Chief Revenue Officer at Chatterbox, a company that uses AI and human expertise to deliver personalised and immersive language learning experiences. He oversees business growth and has over a decade of experience driving growth for startups and established enterprises in education technology market, and previously led Rosetta Stone in Europe. Has extensive expertise of working with UK government and the European Union to shape language learning policy, and is passionate about democratising access to premium language learning. Please welcome our fantastic panel. So I want to start by asking Mohib and then all of the panel, what do you see as the key barriers to inclusive, good quality education for refugees in the UK, and the role of your organisation in starting to focus on addressing those key barriers?
Thank you, and hi everyone.
For us, the important is more on the language side, which I'm sure everybody agrees that it's one of the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing higher education, employment, or overall when it comes down to integration. When we look what is out there that supports individuals with asylum-seeking status or refugees, there's not academic English or good advanced English out there to help them access higher education. The provision that's out there is ESOL, which is English for speaker of other languages, and it can help individuals to learn from really basic level up to intermediate level, but it really does not equip them with more advanced or academic English in order to prepare them for higher education. So our aim is to bridge that gap where we can come in and provide that advanced English. And the way we do it is we partner with English language schools. So those English language schools are accredited by British Council. And we also work with universities as well. So we're working with about 150 institutions across the country, and these institutions provide us spaces in their language classes where we put our refugee students to study in a class environment that's more inclusive, where they have students from all around the world. So it's also a start of their integration journey from the very beginning when they join our program, where they have that experience to communicate, engage with people from all parts of the world. So it's not just that it's only exclusive class for refugees where they are sitting next to another refugee, but it's with a diverse classroom that is representation from all around the world. That's our main focus, to help them prepare for academic English. But they also get a caseworker assigned to them at Refugee Aid, which the main job of the caseworker is to ensure that the student is getting a very holistic support. So we will support them by looking at what their previous qualification is and establishing what their pathway will be in order to access education here in the UK. So majority of the students will be aiming to go to university. The caseworker will help them with personal statements, how to use UCAS system, apply to universities, and it will be all the way until they have passed their language exams. The main challenge for students who want to go into higher education is that often their offers are conditional. So if you have to pass one of the language exams in order to start university. And those language exams are difficult. As I said earlier, there's no provision out there. So we will ensure that we prepare them well and provide them all the support in order to enable them to start university life here in the UK. That's one group of people that we work with, but then if we talk about professionals like doctors, nurses, engineers, often they are required more advanced in professional English as well. And again, it's the same issue where they don't have that advanced level of English provision available to them in this country widely. The provision that's provided by the government, as I said earlier, is ESOL. It's very limited. It can help you bring your level up to intermediate level, but after intermediate level, there's not much out there. So again, those professions that are talked about, like let's say doctor, in order to register with General Medical Council, they need to demonstrate a proficient level of English. The good thing that has happened is that now there are many more exams than just one specific exam that enables the students either to pass the IELTS exam, the language study exam, or the Duolingo exams. And what we have seen is that universities have started accepting their own assessment, internal assessment exams as well. So they're considering those as well. So there's more choice for students now. Similarly, if we talk about healthcare professionals, a doctor, let's say, Previously, they were required to do the IELTS exam, which again, it's a very generic exam. You have the general exam as well as the academic exam, but it's still not fit for purpose. But the good news is that they now have the choice of sitting the OET exam, which is the Occupational English Test exam. It's more relevant to them. It's designed to help medical professionals. The terminologies, the scenario, the vocabulary are very much relevant to them. So we have seen a good passing rate for doctors after the OET exam was approved by GMC in 2018. Again, the language is, of course, the main program, but that's not the end, because we know that the struggle is beyond language. On a day-to-day basis, if we're working with clients, there are other issues that come up that we see very regularly, whether that's housing issues, mental health issues, childcare issues. The list is long. So the caseworker will ensure that we are facilitating the clients in order to signpost them to the right support. And whatever we can do, we will support them as well. But for us, the main priority is to ensure that they attend their classes regularly, where we will support them financially as well to make sure they attend class by paying their transportation cost. When they're exam ready, we will pay for their exams as well. And we will liaise with the universities as well to ensure that they get to the university. That's the language program. But then we have the employment program, which has many strands. And one of the strands is that we provide requalification advice as well. So people, if we talk about engineers, architects, they have sort of complex pathways as well. So we work very closely with them to advise them what will be their best route in order to go back to their profession in this country. And then, of course, we have the loan program as well, which for some professionals, the requalification pathways are expensive as well. So the interest-free loan program will help them to ease their financial stress. If I just give you one last example, if we talk about pharmacists, once they have passed the language exam, because they are required to do the language exam as well, they will have to study OSPAP course for a year. And now that course costs about £11,000. But they're not allowed to get that financial support from student finance or from anywhere else. So the loan, interest-free loan program will help them to ensure that after the language they have completed their whole qualification pathway in order to register with the Pharmaceutical Council.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mohib. Holly, if I can turn to you, if you'd like to tell us about, from your perspective and your work with NEA, about what the key barriers that you see that refugees are facing on their education pathways and some of the work that you're doing to overcome them.
Yeah, of course. So I think from NIA's perspective, we're looking at it through a slightly different lens. As an organisation, we're focused on connecting refugees and migrants to careers in tech and data. So really helping people to build out their networks, to access training opportunities, and ultimately to find employment. And we always approach training and skills as kind of a stepping stone to achieving economic empowerment. When I think about the biggest barriers that individuals are facing, I think there's two that really stand out for me. And the first one is awareness of what training is even needed. There's an awful lot of people who we're working with who perhaps aren't even aware of which area should I upskill in? You know, what jobs are even out there? What are the trends in employment that suggest that I should be focusing on this area rather than another? So there's a really big education piece in actually making people aware of what they can achieve and actually instilling that confidence in them and making them aware of what the different job opportunities are that are out there and that they can work towards. And don't get me wrong, for some people that journey is longer than for others. There are some people that need an awful lot of upskilling in order to get to that dream sort of career, but there are a lot of people who are actually an awful lot closer than they realise. So awareness is definitely the kind of starting point. And then I think you move into connectivity.
So actually connecting refugees to the training opportunities that are out there. And I'm talking about the hard skill and soft skill training opportunities that will really open the doors into employment directly. I mean, I've seen there's so many incredible organizations in this room, charities who are delivering free training programs, you know, coding schools, boot camps, incredible programs that are directly upskilling refugees with the core skill sets that will enable them to meet the requirements of job descriptions and help as companies start to approach kind of skills-based hiring that little bit more. And there's also a lot of big companies who also offer free training opportunities. So, you know, at NIA, we're not a service provider ourselves. So instead, we're a marketplace. We focus on partnering and onboarding charities, training providers, employers, anyone who can provide opportunities that will help refugees and migrants and other kind of low-income people in pursuing that dream career. And that means that we also work with the likes of Microsoft, Salesforce, AWS, IBM, all of these organizations who are offering free digital skills training programs to people around the world. And in providing that access, we're giving refugees a chance to upskill. But again, it's that connectivity. So how can we make sure that refugees are being matched to and connected to the right training at the right time based on their location, their aspirations, their background, and ultimately, you know, where do they want to be in the future? Because, yeah, it's tying that piece together.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Holly. And Hugh, if we can turn to you and talk about chatterbox.
Can you hear me? Yes? So I was just sitting here, actually. First of all, I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for Chatterbox, which is a scary title. That isn't my only interest. Of course, you know, Chatterbox is established about 10 years ago by a much more qualified person than me in terms of setting up a startup as a refugee when she was relatively young. She's actually turned up today, which is really annoying because she should have been sitting here, I think. That said, we're 10 years down that journey as a social enterprise, a profit for good organization. And I'm sitting here thinking, that title there, I've personally seen that in the oil and gas industry, in Mozambique. Now, how would a CRO of a startup like us know about that? Well, my background is I've sat on boards at a couple of universities in the UK around education and skills, particularly for wider participation programs, which is about inclusive offers for disadvantaged people across the UK. So my obvious question to me is, how many people in this audience are from the FEHE world? Can I ask? Maybe 5, 6 at best, maybe? So in this context, there are probably 3 stakeholders that are relevant to capacity building, not just for marginalized communities or displaced people or refugees, but actually probably the whole of the UK has this issue right now, as well as other countries in the world. So you've got the mainstream sector, which is your FEHE world, and provisions through local authorities and through initiatives run by NGOs and charities. You then have provisions like Holly's just referred to, where potentially there is a lot of large and small organizations offering up their skill provision through tech to make it accessible to anybody. Am I right? Therefore, the challenge there is signposting and education and amplifying your message to probably a lot of the audience even sitting here who didn't even know that, right? Then there's the third sector, which is a lot of the organizations here who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs and deliver and support training and development, partly driven by their own personal backgrounds. And by the way, I'm also from a refugee background, but from the 60s, when I was about 3 years old. In those days, this concept and empowerment didn't exist. As I grew up, I didn't see it. I've only got to realize that when I've got gray hairs and how important these things are now. So there are 3 groups, and one is very undervalued or underrepresented here, I think. So if there's a message to the Conduit and the organizers, this is my first exposure, but I would highly recommend, if we're going to cover a subject like this, let's have the stakeholders that provide the provision in this country also at these events more, and I can help if I can. I'm happy to do so. So in my view, there is already provision here from organizations like Holly's and others. The challenge from somebody who's a refugee, in my opinion, by the way, who already has status to be here, is actually policy and provision. Policy doesn't allow, and it was mentioned earlier by the lady who was sitting here actually, who went to university, but the Home Office actually officially didn't allow that. So there's a disconnect between what the educational sector wants to do and what the policymakers don't allow you to do. So that's one area of capacity building challenge in this context. The other one is signposting for already existing. Numerous initiatives run already, both traditional and technology driven. And in addition to that, the large corporate organizations like, I'm going to mention a few just because they come to mind, Coursera, Udemy, and others, who do offer free skill professional development training courses now online. So it's actually about dissemination more than it is probably, in my view, at least at a baseline position or provision as such. Provision's there. It's about navigating it, in my opinion. So I think that's, I would suggest, I'm a pragmatist, right? I do have an emotional desire to make a difference, which is why I'm aligned to what Chatterbox is all about and why I joined 2 years ago. But it's about being pragmatic about how can you scale the translation of the narrative around displaced people and bring them into the mainstream, irregardless of the political arena we live in. So I think some of the solutions are already here. It's actually providing a mechanism of amplifying the pathways to those as access points. And as such, then providing evidence of their impact and value, taking them back into the political arena and demonstrating to them and the corporate sector that the quality of impact that can be delivered, I should say, through these different organizations is valuable and should be recognized, and then therefore transformation really can take place. So I feel that's the route. People like me probably have a more value to add, which is bringing the practical scaling of these initiatives. And I faced, frontline I'm not going to name the university actually, where I've sat in panels where we've been figuring out how to take what is OFS regulated funding streams at universities and transferring that into education and skills for very specific marginalized communities, not just in the refugee space, but a whole raft of different areas. And that's regulated. How many of us know about that? How many of us sitting in this room know that that is a regulated stipulation at universities? What it needs is canvassing. Back to your point about that you have to develop the English language further. I'm fully aware of that personally, but there are actual funding streams already there, stipulated and mandatory for universities to deliver. Access, wider participation and access is the area it comes under. And a part of that just needs to be lobbied correctly to ensure that the particular cohorts that we're referring to here also get equal access. So again, it's about vocalizing and understanding the regulatory world and how the money runs in that space, and then supplementing it with the things that people like you do.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Hugh. Go for it.
Can I just comment on that? When it comes to the widening participation teams, it's from university to university, it differs what their provisions are internally. So for the comment I was making about academic English or IELTS for those who want to advance their English is that not necessarily every university will have those provisions in place to tie with their widening participation support.
So it can vary hugely. We don't have that consistency provision. So one of the key points I just want to really draw out, connectivity seems to be a key issue that's being drawn out in the conversation. And I just want to ask each of you what your thoughts were about the role that technology could play enabling us to strengthen education pathways. I wanted to start really with Holly first.
Yeah, of course. So NIA is a tech platform. So obviously we're a tech business trying to literally leverage AI, large language models, to solve this problem. I think the subject of AI is a really interesting one because a lot of people assume that AI is really just exacerbating inequalities and could potentially be reducing the volume of roles out there and therefore actually making the economic climate and job market worse for refugees. But actually the way that we're leveraging AI is instead to connect people to the right opportunity at the right time. So to kind of break down, I suppose, what our platform actually looks like, we partner with charities to aggregate refugees and migrants and other users from underrepresented communities into NIA's platform. We take someone's CV to then use AI to map out someone's profile and their sort of existing skill sets. And then using that, we're able to then start matching them to the relevant networking, training and job opportunities. So, but I think before you kind of get to that connectivity piece, you first need the aggregation, which is super important. And I think it's also really exciting when we look around the room and realise who's here, because the mere fact that everyone here today is sat listening to this panel because, you know, it's because you're all united by this aspiration to actually provide refugee communities with more hope and with more access to opportunities. We all want to level the playing field, but we need to actually collaborate and connect with one another in order to do that. So as our marketplace exists, what we're doing first is aggregating and then using the technology to start to connect the individual user to the right piece of each puzzle and map out that pathway for them.
Brilliant. Thank you, Holly. Hugh and Mohib, your thoughts about the role of technology?
Well, I've spent 25 years working with tech, telecoms tech. What I can say is, first of all, Chatterbox embedded technology 2018, established in 2016. And we've been using AI and machine learning and all the buzzwords we all talk about today. Versions of that were already used within the platform for Chatterbox. You know, from what I mean, Chatterbox for me was originally a charitable mission. It became a highly commercial organization for two reasons. First of all, you know, I feel that a lot of aspirational, particularly refugees who've set up their organizations to become social impact organizations, profit for good organizations, get taken a lot of wild juice cases by investors. There are lots of promises, big picture stuff. They turn up at these events, they get all these promises and they walk out and they've spent a ton of money and nothing comes back to them. So through that learning experience over 10 years of Chatterbox, it became very aware, Marcel, who's the CEO, became very conscious of this journey that you end up on, like a you know, it's like a table tennis ping pong ball. You just back and forth, back and forth. So it became a very commercial orientated organization. And when it became that and went for traditional funding, it had to follow the rules of what you need to do to become an organization that gets that type of investment, right? Now, as a consequence of the tech, we've delivered the solutions where we match, we've taken a very interesting aspect to this refugee problem, or let's say displaced, marginalized community issue. We offer language training in a traditional market, which is worth £30 billion a year, to this, and we compete at the same level as large corporates, one of which I used to run a few years ago, called Rosetta Stone for this region, and we compete on the same table with them, and we offer the same quality of language training, but with a unique element of we employ refugees, displaced people across the world, and marginalized communities to become superstar language trainers themselves in their native language, and match that with very high-tech based technology to provide a blended solution. So we basically solve a business problem for an organization, and indirectly, as a consequence of us delivering that solution using refugees, we are solving a business problem and indirectly creating hours and hours of work for marginalized communities. That's our business model, which we're scaling even more and became profitable last year. So soon be looking for the next raise of funding to expand this current solution and then expand to other areas. But underlying is all of the work we've done is by providing, using technology as a complementary scaffold around a human being to be able to use their skills, their existing skills, and be able to blend that together in a very effective way to support organizations, employees to develop language skills. Conversely, that tech then allows us to branch into other areas of products, which I probably shouldn't go into today, which kind of talk to the world Holly you're referring to access the untapped skills. And there's a unique DNA for people who've gone through hard elements to their life journeys, whether you want to call it displacement, whether you want to call it violence. There is a unique element to these types of people that enrich other people's lives in a way you otherwise wouldn't get. And I don't know if you all understand where I'm coming from, but if you are the VP of a large organization like Bacardi, and you are being taught French by a French coach, And then you get to know that coach, and that coach starts to offer you a lens of experience, not just by learning the language, but the cultural context and their own journey of why this very senior person who's part of a big organization in the past, out of displacement due to no fault of their own, end up in a position where they become a language coach for something like Chatterbox to change the trajectory of their life. The learning experience for a VP of an executive company who's just come here to learn French with that person, the empowerment that person will get is unbelievable. So I don't think, again, what tech needs to do is elevate the value of somebody's abilities and be able to give that to them as an extension to demonstrating to the narrative we live in, to the uniqueness of what people with very unique experiences can deliver. So the tech, in my eyes now, is all about how do you scaffold a human being to elevate their abilities and skills to be able to access education, skills and training, and therefore employability and sustainability for them and their families.
Really compelling. Thanks so much, Hugh. How about for Refugee Summit?
I'll go to the original topic, which is education. And when, I'm sure you all agree, when we talk about education, we see it as more than academic achievement, is to develop critical thinking, foster empathy, ethical understanding, and building a foundation to learn lifelong lessons and skills. And that brings me to the topic of AI. Now that once you have the foundation, solid foundation that is education, challenges like AI, I'm sure we all agree that we now are in the era of AI. The world is very rapidly transformative. So it comes down to the basic foundation, strong education, and we have to address those challenges. So when it comes to asylum seekers and refugees, we talk about challenges such as lack of, tech access, technology, laptops. When we went into pandemic and our provision was only available online and by our partner schools, we realized that majority of our clients did not have access to laptops and sound internet. So we're dealing with very basic issues there, which we need to address in order to prepare them for all these modern challenges, including AI. And of course, AI is to provide solutions as well, but we need to look into it. Will AI be by the employers, by the big institutions, and how they can incorporate to answer some of those challenges?
Brilliant. So we've got some hardware and software challenges, but opportunities as well. Another point that I want to ask for your thoughts on, each of you on the panel, was how we've talked a little bit around connectivity from a technological perspective, but we've also talked about the connectivity between those people in this room and more widely in the ecosystem of people trying to address some of these education pathway challenges. And I just wondered what your thoughts, each of your thoughts were about how we could work together differently as differently the leaders of organisations, owners of technology, investors, etc., to be able to improve and strengthen these education pathways to address some of the barriers you've identified, to make better use of the opportunities of technology and other strategies perhaps as well. Hugh, would you like to start?
It's such a wide question. I was really thinking, where do I go with this? I think we have to be realistic, first of all. Most of the people in this room, I would suggest, would love to give as much time as possible to convene, get together, and collaborate. But the reality is we don't have that time, I think. So the mechanisms on how to create some work streams and mobilizers to these groups through this type of a forum is, I think, it needs some highly motivated mobilizers, probably in my view, to start to drive some practical solutions and collaboration. I think most sectors, when they first develop, and I still think, from my perspective, it's still a developing area, needs that mobilization. And I repeat, I'd love to do that, but do I have to be pragmatic? I have to be realistic. Do we really have individually the amount of time that we would need to really do that? I don't know. So I think it comes down to just finding some highly motivated people with a bit more time, maybe, I don't know, to really become the catalyst to creating some work streams through this type of thing. So we can go from discussion to practical ideas to then prioritizing and then executing. And it doesn't matter if it's not a great execution. Let's just start the process. But this, obviously, my first experience here this year, you know, we'd love to be as much help as we can, based just on our 10-year journey to date, and being profitable last year, and now actually being able to choose how we build our destiny and stuff like that. So it's practical, pragmatic, executional type, realistic type ambition, I think.
And some highly motivated organisers.
Yeah, I think we can all be motivated, but we need to have the practical reality of time to be able to invest in that. And a lot of people, I sense, probably think, God, I wish I had another day in the week, because we have, that early stages, I guess, in terms of building their operations. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hugh. Holly, your thoughts?
I think that probably the best place to start with these things is to really break down what value your organisation and you as an individual can provide, because we've touched on so many topics already today, the need for housing, the need for mental health support, the need for language training, the need for confidence building, career coaching, hard skill training. There's so many different areas and requirements that are currently unmet, but that organisations are tackling. And I think once you think really deeply about what value you can provide, then it enables you to think, okay, then what might be next? And to actually speak to your beneficiaries, speak to the people in your networks, and understand where they don't feel as supported. And that feels like a really good starting point. Where don't they feel supported? And you might not be able to support them with everything. I think it's unrealistic to think that a single organisation can support a refugee with every single one of their needs, from the kind of start right through to, them dream job, house, family supported, everything. So speak to the people that you're working with, understand how you're helping them, what they're still looking for, and then if there's a network here that will spin out of this event, leverage it to work out who can then help with those unmet needs. And I think slowly then we'll start to build those connections, and piece by piece, hopefully begin to create these kind of pathways that mean that those who one of us supports, actually suddenly there's a lot more of us who are able to support them as well.
Brilliant point. Deeply understand your own value first before reaching out. Mohib, your thoughts?
I think for me, education, I know that it was pivotal for me because when I decided that it was the only way to equip myself the way I want to live my life, that is independent, that is full of respect and dignified, where I can exercise my liberal values. So I very much value education. That's a force that I take to work every day, where when I speak to clients, it's a sense of optimism that I want to pass on to them. It's just not the support or signposting, but it's, okay, I've been there, I know your issues, but this is where you can get, So it's a sense of optimism that me and my colleagues on a day-to-day basis try to convey that and form those friendships and those genuine connections where we touch more than just, those superficial issues, but really understand what is going on in their lives. And I think what is good, and I'm an optimistic person, despite talking about all those challenges, is that there are a number of organizations and charities now in the sector, providing various sort of support, which is great. But as Holly said, there's a need for more collaborative work because, it is good that clients refugees and asylum seekers have a choice to go to more than one place, which is fantastic. But we can get much more done in a more organized and a structured way if we all work together. So there's true potential. Every year we have about over 200 language graduates who go on to university. And they give me the sense of hope, because I know that there's so much, talent that we speak to on a day-to-day basis, and I genuinely see some of those people will be doing remarkable work in this world, and particularly for this country. I'm very proud of them, because they're part of my community, and I really feel very strongly about them. So yes, there's still room for us to work together to ensure that everybody is getting that support they need.
Can you say a bit more about the structured collaboration that you were just talking about there, Mohammed? Mohib, what would that look like practically? What would you like to see change?
So, as I said, like there are many organizations out there, and they're doing fantastic work. What is missing is that the tailored support for clients. So if you're talking to a doctor, you need to really tell her what they are required from the start, all the way finishing their language exam, their PLAB exams, and then registering with the General Medical Council. And we can benefit from each other knowledge and experience by sharing, best practices. If we talk about students, where do they end up once we have supported them, once they've started university? How are they supported after university? Because we need to remind ourselves that they don't have those local connections. They don't have friends or families in businesses or in the HR teams to sort of, vouch for them and give them those internship, those opportunities. Last year we did a mentorship program with CARE, where we supported grads, engineers who completed our language program, went on to university, graduated from universities, and now 33% of those students have secured jobs within CARE. So it's ensuring that you're supporting them from all the way to the start to a very meaningful employment, or if their purpose is, starting their own business, then definitely those steps should be taken into account as well.
So it's thinking through the whole journey and how we come together as a team around the person. Brilliant. So last question I wanted to ask you all, because it's sort of starting to come through the conversation as well. How can we better involve refugees in developing some of the solutions that you've been identifying? So I think, Holly, you were starting to talk about the value, having that deep understanding of value. But I wonder, maybe perhaps we start with yourself again, Mohib, talking about the work that Refugee does to really involve refugees and helping to shape those client pathways, really understand the value that you're delivering, and helping them to be part of the development of those solutions and co-production.
I think personally, the work is close to my heart and what I do, and it very much aligns with my values, and that's I've chosen a very independent and dignified life, and this is what I want for everybody that comes in contact with me. So that's the main value, that's driven force for myself and for my team. Everybody deserve a respectful and a sound life. So I think thinking about those values, they shape us and they shape everybody that we come in touch with. So they are at the core of what we do.
Brilliant. Holly, how about for yourself?
Yeah, we have always, I suppose, set out to build for the refugees in our community and for our end user. And as an organisation, the way that we're structured is that, technically speaking, we sell into big corporates and organisations who want to tap into that talent pipeline. But despite the fact that that might be our business model, we're still building for the refugees that we're working with, because if we're not building for them, then we have no hope of actually providing them with, the resources and that connectivity that they really need. And then as a result, the businesses are never going to reach those individuals. So for us, even just capturing user feedback, you know, finding the time to really listen to people's stories, because everyone's is so different. It's not a one size fits all. And we can't tackle this problem in the same way that employers are approaching like gender diversity, for example, within their business. It's so much deeper than that. So to give you an idea, every week we'll sit down for a couple of hours. On one day we have a session where any user from our platform can come along, can join, can share what they like, what they dislike, what they're still challenging with. And it fuels us to make sure that not only are we building for them, but also it's what keeps our own team motivated as well. Exactly as you were saying, Naya's whole team are driven to do the work that we do every day because we have the proximity to those users and to their stories. And I think also, just more broadly speaking, you can't underestimate the power of storytelling in this space. And I think a lot of people here will have that proximity where if it's not their own story, it's the story of someone that they're incredibly close to, and use that to turn the heads of people that don't have that proximity, because it's one of the only ways that we can really get other people to listen.
Brilliant. Thanks, Holly. Hugh, how about for Chatterbox?
Well, I mean, the evidence of... So there's a collective... so when we hire people, everybody has to look for technical competency for a specific role. I think we all know that. But for me, understanding in the most authentic level you can the mission and the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. So while we operate as we operate as a commercial organization, the CEO will tell you, Marcel, the same thing. That is really important. Why? Because we're of the belief that if you really want to build and scale a sustainable model to what we're trying to do, which is what? Which is to change the trajectory of the lives of people with a displaced background, whether that's due to refugee status, which is where we started, for which in fact Marcel got an MBE in 2021. That was the fundamental reason behind it. She's herself is a refugee, right? Came from Afghanistan. The whole idea of Chatterbox came about with the Syrian the whole thing that happened in Syria. What was that, 7-8 years ago now? Right. That's when this whole desire of Marcel's to come to this crazy world, which is a highly competitive world of language training, but with the mission of I want to compete on the same table as the real big providers. So not being seen as a charitable cause, but to seen as an organization that delivers a quality need that corporate and enterprise and NGOs and others want every day. It's an established sector. And therefore, we want people to use Chatterbox for the quality of what it delivers. The beauty of that approach for us is that on one level, we're solving a business problem. Underlying that, the social impact then adds an incredibly satisfying value for an organization that actually didn't invest in us because of that core impact. It's actually for the business need. So we become sustainable as an organization as a consequence. Why is that important for us from a hiring perspective? Every member of our organization has a story to tell. Going back to you, I'm all about storytelling, by the way. So I completely get it. And I think a lot of people, even from a pedagogical perspective, from education, will say storytelling is a great way of imparting knowledge. I could just think of one person right now who we hired literally 1.5 years ago. Now, the irony is, I worked with her. She worked with me 12 years ago at Rosetta Stone. She was single, right? She's from Venezuela, got robbed, had violence, had to deal with violence at a young age. Her parents said, you've got to leave the country. She left Venezuela. In long story short, she ended up in the UK. Did an MBA. Ended up working for Rosetta Stone. I didn't know her background. I just knew that she was able to deliver a fundamental role in a corporate organization. We were then hiring for a similar role at Chatterbox about 1 year ago. And just on the day we were just putting the job spec out in the market, I saw her LinkedIn post saying she's looking for work. And I'm like, wow, this is incredible. When I spoke to Vanessa, I hope she doesn't mind, I've just mentioned her name, I hope she's not listening. I then find out, that's when I've got to find out. When I said, listen, I've left that kind of traditional world that we were in. I've come back to something I really care about. This is what we're building. Here's the reason why. And she started to cry online, right? She's now in France. She's married. She's got a child. And then she told me her true story. Now, I didn't know about her story in my corporate life because it would never come up, right? So her interest in Chatterbox isn't because she was just looking for a job. She's a mother with a child, now speaks 3-4 languages, has an MBA. She's joined Chatterbox because of our mission and our social impact. And she sees that every day with all of our clients, because all our clients, remember, they've taken on Chatterbox as a replacement or in comparison to another provider in the traditional world that we have to compete in. And when she speaks to our clients and she hears about how much they care about the impact of what Chatterbox is trying to do in the marketplace, adds an additional layer of relationship with our clients who are there buying this stuff because there's a business need, remember, not because, oh, you're a social enterprise, we want to help you. You know, I come from a world when D&I, ESG didn't exist. Social impact wasn't a phrase. And all organizations want to demonstrate their social impact now, right? And they've got it on their websites. You know, we're able to provide a very direct binary evidence of the fact they're delivering social impact. But for us, the recruitment process is very much driven by people who truly want to make a difference. And that's what we want to portray to everybody we speak to as what uniquely differentiates us from the mainstream market that we operate in. So you know, I don't think anybody in this room would not have the same aspiration, because we're preaching to converted a little bit, I think. It's those who haven't touched this sensitivity that we're referring to. That's part of everybody's mission to change, right?
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Hugh. So I want to open up the panel now to your questions and answers. I'm sure you would have lots that you've stored up now. So I can see one hand just here. Any other hands? And at the front here. I think we've got a couple at the back as well. No, not quite.
Yeah. Hi, Zubair from Znotes. We've spent a lot of time talking about the kind of employability piece, right? About getting refugees into work. I wonder if we could just touch upon the children that come with refugees, because it is a huge problem. And for many people in this room, you will know immigrant stories like mine and like many of the panelists today, where our parents sometimes came with very limited educational background, but the kids had a transformational journey by educating themselves, going to top universities, and then being able to not only support their own family, but their own extended families back home as well. So there was such a transformational power when you educate children. But there are so many challenges when it comes to refugee families coming here, finding it hard to integrate both from the curricular perspective. Sometimes they have that academic knowledge, but aren't able to be recognized in the new curriculums. And kind of current reports from UNICEF are saying that learning loss is at its highest post-COVID. There are initiatives like the UNICEF Learning Passport, but I wonder what we are also looking at the policy level in how the UK education system can allow refugee children to integrate into the systems. It's a question maybe to Mohib, because I know he's working with young children or younger students, but also to the panelists if they have any thoughts to add. Thank you.
Go for it.
So majority of people we work with, they will aim to go into higher education, and when they approach us, they will have left high school or undergrad degree at some point because of the situations they had to flee. So they'll be going back into university first year. But yes, I completely understand where you're coming from, because a lot of clients who aren't mature that we're supporting, often they will miss out on attending classes or not going to university because they need to look after their children. There's not much childcare support, so they will miss the classes as well. But the group we work with, they are generally those who have already finished high school and are aiming to go into university.
Holly or Hugh, do you have any comments on barriers for children in terms of access to education?
I mean, so University of University of West London, just by way of example, because you just mentioned demographic, and I'm going to take this conversation slightly out of specifically refugee, but to basically parents with children who need to get into employment. Now, whether they're refugees or not, to me, isn't the challenge. The challenge is funding resource policy in the mainstream, right? And again, I go back to my earlier point. So within the wider participation statutory requirements for universities, there is almost a forced recommendation for OFS that you need to support learners with children. Now, within that comes a whole set of cohorts, right? So I think the challenge here is about, one of the things we have to do is we need to articulate and lobby the right stakeholders in traditional mainstream provision. So vice chancellors of universities will not be harassed by this particular cohort because they're still underrepresented, right? So that has to change. That's a practical way of saying, no, there has to be some further consideration because there's an additional layer of complexity with this cohort compared to a traditional mainstream person who's, born, lived in this country from 1 or 2 generations, and they're single and they need to educate themselves, they've got a couple of kids. That has its own set of challenges, but this is another layer of additional challenges that need to be understood. So that's like big part of the cake, right? That's mainstream provision. It's there to deliver to specific groups. What we need to do, right, the bigger we in this room, is say, well, who can champion that, and who can therefore then become a group that can lobby the mainstream resources and programs that already exist to give and elevate this group a further recognition to those people who really make these decisions at the table at these universities and colleges, right? So that's, to me, the obvious area where that would make a difference. And I get your point. I mean, my brother's name is Zubair, so that's 2 now I know. I only knew him before. But my point on your comment is really, really important, actually. The importance of this next generation that you just described to positively move forward with the narratives and the challenges we have is the critical point here. What I think happens a lot is we end up talking about the frustrations of the past, and if you go back 10 years ago, 12 years ago roughly, the provision to support minority groups, let me put it that way, as the language that was used, there was a much more bigger provision. I think it's the last, and I'm not going to get political, but it's a very convenient link here. The last 12 to 13 years have resulted in extreme suffocation on one level of funding streams, and then, of course, the political climate we live in. And unfortunately, it's organizations like in this room who are now trying to solve the problem, rather than the people who should fundamentally solve the problem.
Thanks so much, Hugh. Holly, is anything you'd like to add?
At NIA, we don't have too much exposure to children in education, although one thing I would say is that a lot of the charities that we work with do also touch younger individuals as well. So, for example, we have a partnership with a company called IDEA. They're a charity who offer free training, videos and resources online. We partner with them to basically get all of their materials on NIA's platform for adult learners, but I know that their youngest learner is just 7 years old, and their oldest, I think they had someone that was 92, so really kind of serving the whole thing there. So I suspect in the same way that we were talking around connectivity for adult learners, there could potentially be an equivalent project in the case of aggregating those resources for younger people too.
Brilliant, thank you all. Yeah, your question.
Hello. Yeah, it's Basil again. My question to you is like in the last panel we talked about like kind of the experience, the kind of lived experience of refugees and sharing that experience. And I think in the domain of education, skills and training, there's always resources for technical knowledge and like all sort of knowledge. But I think I'm very interested in sharing that kind of knowledge coming from lived experience. Back in February last year with the earthquake in Syria and Turkey, for 5 days the borders were closed. There was no way to exchange anything, yet through the diaspora networks, a lot of money was exchanged. There was WhatsApp groups for civil engineers receiving photos from people trying to get back to their houses, giving like professional opinion on like what kind of cracks in the wall, like can you go and can you not go. I'm very passionate about that type of like kind of how can we make this model sustainable, because it can work both ways. We can leverage diaspora networks to exchange knowledge, generate knowledge, and it can work also backwards, because what the gentleman mentioned about like Arab people, for example, that living in Turkey or non-Arab speaking countries, always struggling with having their kids speaking their original language as part of their culture. But most of the schools that teach Arabic, they follow a very religious kind of framework for that, and not all like parents wants to send their kids to a place where they don't only learn the language, but also like there's an ideology in it. So I think, do you think that leveraging diaspora networks and leveraging the social networks that are available already can be a solution for that, like on the long term?
Oh, I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer that really, but from a practical perspective, I would suggest, look, we live in a very open access world now. I think any relatively aspirational members of society, the younger generation, from my perspective then, in that sense, I mean, I'm pretty optimistic, if I'm honest with you. I just think they find that they're native tech people already. They always find a route to helping support causes. See, functional fluency is very different to academic fluency, to medical, technical language skills. So we have to be practical and first understand, you know, people losing their native tongue, wanting to develop a language, what's the purpose, right? If it's functional and practical, which is what the £40 billion industry is all about, by the way, in the marketplace, then it's just a means to an end, right? What do I need to do to get to the next stage in my career, professional development, et cetera, et cetera? Or if it's even frontline entry point, I want to just get into employment, or whether it's because I want to move on to do a medical degree, right? These are different use cases. So really, I think we have to be a bit more optimistic. I think that the generations coming will create their own forums. I mean, forums already exist. There are hundreds of groups on WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, everything you can name now. There's so many mediums where people do share skill development, but it's done in a very informal way, right? That's what you're talking about. And there are organizations globally who sit like Coursera, Udemy, and others who have formalized and created a business out of it, a multi-billion-pound businesses, for God's sake, on the back of skills training, right? So it's, I think anybody wants to give back in today's world, if you go back 15 years, it's a lot more easier now to share expertise, right? And give for free even. In fact, probably not the right time, and Mercer will probably go mad, but we've got a big project coming up soon around how do you leverage talent through using tech to be able to support for free marginalized and displaced communities. You know, part of the reason I go back to the fact we're 10 years old now, and we've become a very commercialized mindset, not in terms of our mission and purpose, but the how we operate has allowed us to do a number of things, exciting things. You know, again, we've got one of the big merchants that is on your credit cards. I'm not going to name it. You know, we've got a big project coming up with them for exactly this purpose.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Hugh. I'm just going to, there's somebody at the back, I think, had a question.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all. It's been a very fascinating panel. So my name is Isabella. I am the co-founder of an EdTech nonprofit organization. We provide online educational access to adults in refugee contexts, including those who are currently just seeking asylum. My question to you guys is a little long-winded, and I've written it down because I've had way too much coffee, and I can already start feeling myself rambling. Okay, tech is super exciting, and so is education, and I think it can be easy to be swept up in all of it. It is also really easy to stay focused on those who have a foundation and the ability to access these platforms, the ones that were mentioned. I'd like to shift the focus to those who are maybe more at a base level. For example, a substantial amount of our students are at a pre-A1 to A2 level, so we work with them on building literacy. We've had to even find Ukrainian, Farsi, French, Spanish teachers, et cetera, to help us build our curriculum. I would like to hear you guys speak a little bit more about your efforts, ideas, and aspirations to reconcile digital and linguistic illiteracy and accessibility so that we are helping as many people as possible, making sure that those who need the most help perhaps aren't being left behind. And I'm specifically referring to people who maybe are older adult learners or who have low language skills, or maybe women who face a whole other host of hindrances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mohib, would you like to start?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, that our support is very dedicated for those who are aiming to improve advanced English or academic English. But we are well aware that there are a group of people that are not receiving much needed basic support. And